That animation's so cool.
Oh, thanks.
I love it. I get like tattooed on me.
It reminds me of that Robbie Williams video.
All right. And we are live now.
Cool.
Cool.
Very cool.
Still dead inside though.
Still dead inside. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ghoul School today. It's the 1 day film school for horror filmmaking, and it's we're very excited as the Nickel Independent Film Festival to be presenting a whole slew of workshops all day from 10 to 3 p.m. To covering all manner of things in very short amount of time. My name is Ellen Leon. I'm the executive director, and I'm just really stoked to be here. Sandy May has also joined us. Hey, Sandy, what's up? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm excited for this. I'm just excited to see everyone and be awake and yeah.
Yeah, it's very early where you are. You are in Edmonton. Is that?
I've been. It's a bit ghoulish, but here I am.
Yes, it's the real witching hour there. So what's the schedule for today? Can you help go through?
Help you out with that? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, we've got Grind Mind. We've got Francois, Shane. And we've got Justin, and they're going to join us for the first workshop, and going to focus on writing. And then we're going to have Kaylee, Brian, and they're going to give us a workshop on makeup and effects. And I think we'll have probably a break for lunch after that. And then we've got Sinister Soundscapes with Adam Foran. And then Grindmind's going to come back around with us and close out the day with more of the technical shooting side of shooting horror films and after they do writing. So they're going to start with that. And what else, Ellen? How's that sound?
Oh yes. This isn't necessarily that related, but last time you were asking filmmakers what their favorite movie was.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy, what is your favorite scary or horror movie?
Ooh.
Oh man.
I just rewatched The Silence of the Lambs recently, and it's just amazing. Like you can break it down in so many different ways. Like the shots are really cool, and like some of the shots with Jodie Foster and what's his name, reflecting on the glass and like superimposed on her face, and it's just crazy. Anyway, love that.
The movie that I answered for the other stuff, it's a silent film called Pandora's Box, and it's super weird. It's not a horror film per se at all, but it ends with, I probably shouldn't spoil it for everyone, but if anyone, but Jack the Ripper makes an appearance and kind of steals the show. So I'll just say Pandora's Box.
Cool. I haven't seen that one.
It's black and white. It's like it's German. It's the 20s. I sound like I'm very.
You sound like a film nerd.
I sound like a film nerd, but I'm really not. I have an affection for Louise Brooks as the actor that stars in it. So. Yeah. Okay, but should we ask everyone else, or
I think that's a good icebreaker for sure.
For sure.
Good.
Yeah, you'd like to ask people what they have for breakfast, so we could do that, or we could ask them their
what
favorite
horror movie did you watch this morning? No, you take the lead. You go for it, Sadie.
Yeah, just maybe let's start with that. So and then we can like jump into the material. So you guys can take that away, Francois.
My favorite scary horror movie is going to be the first one I saw, and I always go back to it, and that's Alien. Alien ruined my life a little bit, but for the better, I think. Yeah, that was really like, the xenomorph alien is the most terrifying thing in the world to me. Yeah, so I think I have to go with Alien. Yeah.
John Hurt dying in that, or what was that his name? Yeah, the guy in the lunchroom.
Oh yeah,
that moment.
Yeah,
Just-
you look back at that alien popping out now, and you're like, "Oh, that's hurting." But
so
at the
played.
time, it was so terrifying, right?
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
And they didn't know that was going to happen when it happened. So
Yeah.
it had, like, the reactions are actually their reactions when it happens. They had no idea, right? I don't know how you don't know that something's going to pop out of your co-star's chest at the time, but apparently it's true.
That's sick. What's yours, Justin?
Mine is The Thing for sure. Crazy body horror, who's who. It's amazing. Best movie ever made. I don't care what you say.
Yeah. I knew the answer to the question before I even asked you. I was just like, here comes The Thing.
Yeah.
And mine is probably, like, it switches around a lot, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like always just going to be super dear to my heart. I watched it really young, thought it was really visceral at the time, and just like, I don't know, it's one of the OG low budget horror indie films in a way. And they just do a lot with very little. Like, you know, it sounds like it's a super gory movie, but 99% of the time it's just like a cutaway. It's, you know, I think it's just like really smart filmmaking, and it's also just one of the most terrifying icons of all time to me. Dude with another dude's, like, other people's faces on his face. That's genius.
Multiple people's faces.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've never been able to watch that movie. I've like been
What?
afraid of that one, yeah, for a long time.
Oh, you should do it.
But
Yep.
so like, yeah, I guess take it away, guys. Like, what how would you this session is on writing, right? And Francois, you're gonna be taking the lead on that?
Yeah. So I got this sort of structured into like a lecture kind of thing, and I'm gonna break it down into like 4 parts. But before I get started, I just want to plug this book that I've had forever. It's called The Weird. It's enormous. I'm sure it costs thousands of dollars. But if you're looking for your horror Bible and some inspiration, other than like stuff that you might be watching on Netflix or something, get this book. It's amazing, and it's got everyone from George R.R. Martin to Clive Barker's in here. It has the most horrifying story I've ever read in my life is in this book. So just wanted to plug that. That's something I always go to. So before I get into like just the more practical things of which stuff that I wish that we knew when we started writing horror stuff for 48 hours, stuff like that, just want to get into like just a general thing about horror. And I'm not going to get like super academic-y and talk about German expressionism or something like that. So these are just like very vague things that I think everyone should kind of know. So some of these things might seem like obvious to anyone that's watching this or is writing a script now, but I think it's worth talking about, and you might be doing them subconsciously anyway. So I think kind of just pointing them out kind of makes you sort of think about that, these things that you're already doing and what they mean to your script and how they build your script. So for instance, horror is not just like one thing. Like, I know it sounds bad to generalize movies, but I always found rom-coms are sort of, all rom-coms are kind of the same. Please don't murder me for saying that. I know that's wrong, but but horror is extremely varied. Okay. Like, Friday the 13th is a lot different than Midsummer. Slashers are a different kind of horror genre than a folk horror is, or even comedy horror, right? Is like this whole other thing. So I think that what you get from something like that, it is that varied, is you can mix and match stuff, try different things, and experiment with styles, because you know what, I don't really think the rules matter as much anymore in going into the future. So try different stuff, experiment with different genres that you like in the horror sort of blanketed thing. And especially when it comes to sort of like interchangeable things in different horror genres, I think about monsters too. You think about the vampires from Twilight, right, are significantly different than the vampires from 30 Days of Night. And I think that it's cool for emerging writers and stuff like that to sort of, play around with that. You see that that Taika Waititi, What We Do in the Shadows, was like this completely different take on vampires, but also like sort of commented on vampires throughout history, right? So you can kind of see there people using different kind of monsters and horror tropes to expand upon it and try different things. Something that I think might be a controversial thing to say is that I don't think tropes are always bad in horror movies. I think about stuff like Friday the 13th and how tropey that is. That whole, every, what are there, like 10 of them, is basically the same movie with just little things changed. But I think that because they've become so tropey, that there's something just sort of like a charm to it. And I think that goes back to sort of this idea of something called restorative nostalgia, and something that is definitely like prevalent in movie culture right now. And you see it with things like Stranger Things, the Star Wars remakes, any remake really is sort of this like cultural need to want to go back to the 90s, to the 80s, when things were campy and comfy and good. And I know a lot of people will say that that's maybe a bad thing, and that I do believe that future of horror is not there and is moving away from that. But I don't think people should be afraid to, do something that people want to watch. People like to watch, kids solving mysteries in the 80s with a monster chasing them. There's a market for it, and I don't think that it should be ignored just because it's like not new or something like that. Yeah, another thing that I think is important is everyone who's watching this now should read as many scripts as you can. I personally changed my whole script writing idea and how I approached it after I read the Get Out script. And that script really, I thought, like, kind of opened up script writing as to me is not being like this thing that's far away, that's only for professional people. You read that script and you can tell that this is just like a dude that's writing about something he cares about, a problem in society, and he's wrapping it in this sort of cocoon of horror. So read as many scripts as you can, because you never know when your whole perspective on writing will change, depending on the script that you read. It's important, I think, also to take some creative writing classes, because creative writing classes are an awesome way to critique yourself, critique other people, and learn how to critique and be critiqued without getting super rotted and someone doesn't understand your plot. So do that if you can. Also, there's like, I remember there's this quote in Fear and Loathing Las Vegas where Johnny Depp, Hunter S. Thompson, he loses a game at this roulette thing, and in his mind, his inner monologue says, "Nope, don't get mad. Learn to enjoy losing." And what I'm trying to infer by that is learn to write for the sake of writing. Writing should be a self-fulfilling thing. I think that it is important to write almost under the pretense that no one will ever read it, no one will ever enjoy it, so that it becomes a self-fulfilling thing, and that you just keep doing it for the sake of doing it, right? Yeah, and don't get discouraged when people don't like your ideas. We in Grindmind have 4 creative writers right now. I may do the script writing, but we all sort of have this lens that everything has to go through from the 4 of us. Sometimes I have these ideas and I'm like, everyone's going to shit when they hear this. It's going to be amazing. And then no one likes it and it never gets made. So don't get discouraged when your stuff is not going to be happening. It's just a part of the process. It's part of any writer's process, is getting constant rejection. So yeah, don't get discouraged. Also, I think it's important to stay a learner. All right, always be a student of horror. You never claim to be the master. Even 50 years from now, when you've won a million Oscars, it is important to always be a learner and always be a fan, versus this sort of like highbrow academic filmmaker. I know maybe that's just my personal opinion. You don't need to take that, but yeah. Ask people who aren't horror filmmakers what they think of your plots, of your ideas. Ask your like partner who only watches movies to unwind, doesn't care about the lighting or the thematic structure of your thing. These are the people that you are essentially making movies for. And at this 48-hour challenge level, they're the people who are supporting you and watching your movies. So take their opinion and give it some weight, but don't put all of your weight in other people's opinions, because that is also a mistake that I have made and a lot of writers do make. If there is something that you think is important that maybe other people don't agree with, stick to your guns if you have to. So just try and find that balance between people who enjoy movies and people who enjoy making movies, and let that sort of influence your creative process. And the last thing I want to say before I get into just the 3 more practical things of screenwriting at this sort of 48-hour level, is something that Lisa Moore told me a long time ago, and that is just because you know your character's motivation to do something, or why they end up acting away, or whatever happens to them, that doesn't always mean that your audience is going to pick up on that. It's easy to get lost in your creative world and be like, oh yeah, she does this because she's trying to get here, or she's trying to kill this guy because he did this or that. Oftentimes your audience won't pick up on that sometimes, even though it seems obvious to you. One example from Grindmind is we filmed a movie a while ago called Abraham's Walk. And that went through the process of all 4 of us sort of critiquing it, talking about what we liked and what we didn't like. And we were in the end, we were all like, that's fine. The movie makes sense. It's all good. Let's do it. Wrap it up, send it out. And afterwards, when I talked to some people who watched the movie, they were confused. And I won't give the plot away, but there's a map at the beginning. People were confused. Some people about how that map played into the ending of the movie. Other people inferred that the map was more important than it was. And that was sort of like a small failure on our side to sort of not really objectively think about how a plot piece in the movie is going to affect the whole structure of it. So keep that in mind when you're writing your scripts. Yeah, and that's all I sort of got for for the generalities of horror before I get into the thing. So I don't know, Buddha or Shane, if you got anything to say, or if there's any questions before I get on to the next part.
No, I think that's pretty solid, especially that last bit about like not necessarily not necessarily everybody is going to understand what you're trying to convey on screen, and like the writing to screen, like there's a communication highway right there that really needs to happen between the writer and whoever is actually filming this, basically, because like we've suffered from it so many times. Like I can tell you the other problem with Abraham's Walk is that he's just walking for a lot, like a lot of the time. But yeah, that's stuff that you just learn and figure out as you go. Yeah.
I got a question about scripts. Like what where do you find them? Like, first of all, is there a place online or something that you can find scripts?
There are different like websites and stuff online that are like, I can't remember names now, but they have names like Script Bank and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
Where there are scripts like that. But generally, if you were like, when I went to go find that Get Out script, I just Googled Get Out script, and it was like the first thing that came up.
Yeah.
And generally they're free to find. Some scripts I actually couldn't find, but for the most part, I think they're all pretty accessible online. You don't necessarily have like a MUN ID thing for the library to find these kind of scripts.
And like, what was this was a movie that you'd seen before. So what was interesting about seeing it as text on a page instead of on screen?
Well, first of all, that if you've ever read the Get Out script, or if you're planning to, you'll notice that there's a lot of things in the script that did not make it to the movie. There's a lot of dialogue that got changed. And like, I can't really say why, but I would suspect this because I think sometimes the actors sort of take the dialogue and make it their own. I know that happens on our level. I can't say for sure if that happens on something like a giant production like Get Out, but you will notice there's a lot of things. And also sometimes just the exposition or the action of what is happening as you, like, when you watch the movie, like maybe the dude leaves one room and goes in the other room. When you're reading the script, you really see that depending on how the script writer is writing, they'll put so much just detail into the world around it, right? They'll objects, things like that you might not see when you're watching the movie. So when you read that, you kind of get an idea of how the world of the movie is sort of like being constructed subtextually with these images and these things that are written into the script that you don't see when you're watching the movie, which is something that I also think that which kind of like Get Out changed for me, that it was just so down to earth the way it was written and structured, and just the subtext of what everything is going on there is not sort of, you don't read it like it's not an academic sort of thing. It's just like, as I mentioned before, it was just a very down to earth kind of way to read a script or write a script, I think, too.
That's excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, if anybody online has any comments, I'm monitoring the comments, comments or questions. I'm monitoring the comments so I can bring those questions to the filmmakers at any point during the
Cool.
lecture.
All right. Well, I guess if there's no questions, I'm just going to start into my 3-part, I guess, advice pieces that I would give to anyone who's either like just starting or has not started anything or has never written a script before. These are by no means like comprehensive rules that like apply to everything. These are just sort of my ideas that I sort of abide by. But just take what you need and leave what you don't. So I'm going to start with part 1, which seems kind of obvious, and that's going to be like, make the ordinary weird. If you're unsure of how horror functions at all, at the very core of horror, it is about taking things that are ordinary and normal and corrupting them in some kind of way. And like I said, it just seems obvious, right? I mean, what else would horror be about? But if you really think about how, like, and I'm not going to get too academic about how people like Edgar Allan Poe sort of evolved doing that, and how Alfred Hitchcock sort of perfected that, you can see there's sort of like a timeline that you can trace from how making things weird becomes this narrative thing that has changed over the years, but still keeps that core of, that's weird, that's not normal. So whenever in doubt, just remember, is this weird? Am I making something normal weird? Of course, that doesn't apply to every single thing, but I think that is a general rule to kind of stick by. Yeah, I for instance, just sort of something like very simple examples of something normal being weird that has become like a trope, I think, is like creepy dolls. Last night I watched Annabelle Comes Home. And I mean, that whole movie is just like that whole shtick of a creepy doll. But the whole premise behind a creepy doll is that that's a normal thing. It's an innocent thing. And that's where creepy kids come from. Creepy everything comes from taking something normal and making it super weird. We've done it ourselves many times. Buddha down here on my screen. He wrote a thing called Puppets. And I mean, the premise of that movie is there's like a little girl playing with a puppet show, which I think in modern times is really creepy anyway. But that whole premise is like, this is an innocent thing. It's along the lines of like the creepy doll kind of thing, right? So we just made that like a strange demonic story, or well, I suppose Buddha did. And I think that's probably the grind mind's best example and most clear example of making the ordinary weird. Yeah, so that's just like a really quick one on my part 1 of 3 kind of rules. The second one, and I'll stop for questions and if there's any one before I get into the third part, is something that I think is just like super important and gives your script a lot of depth, is to layer your stories with subtext and subplot. And now I don't necessarily mean like different plots, like, Jane and John are fighting a monster and Dave is getting buried alive. Not necessarily that, but like to use social problems in your world and sort of make that the villain of your thing. And especially villains. I think that your protagonists, yes, they can sort of embody social problems and stuff, but it's the villains that really do the best job of that. If you've ever watched I think it's on Shudder. It's called Eli Roth's History of Horror. He sort of comments and critiques all these like huge popular movies and the sort of subtext between them. Like, for instance, Night of the Living Dead and all those movies as they went on, where the zombies in that sort of changed as social problems changed. Like eventually, it started with like the zombies in a way sort of symbolized youth rebelling from this kind of like 50s kind of thing, right? And later on in I forget which one it is, the one that takes place in the mall, those zombies were clear representations of like American consumerism and how that it's embodied in this like shell of horror, which are the zombies, right? Same with like Texas Chainsaw was like heavily like, and now this is not I'm sort of like taking Eli Roth's ideas here, but that Texas Chainsaw was about worker class identity clashing with this like upper class, middle class, bourgeoisie kind of thing, right? But on the surface, that movie's about a maniac with a chainsaw. When you when you dig under there and you sort of see this layer of like working class identity placed in that movie, I mean, not everyone's going to pick up on that, but it definitely gives your script sort of layers. And we do this thing too. I mean, this is not just available to high budget productions or stuff like that. We two movies that I thought that we made that specifically have like a lot of like layers on it is I wrote a movie called Bob, which on the surface is just about this like really shitty guy that gets abducted by this insane priest that feeds people to a monster. And that sounds like kind of campy, cheesy horror thing. But what I really intended to do that is I was at the time I was in university and just learning about like sort of the abuse situations that the Catholic Church was covering up and stuff like that. And I tried to create a monster that was a metaphor for the abuse, and that the main villain in that is sort of like morally ignorant of what his actions are. And I tried to sort of embody that kind of like moral ambivalence to the reality of your situation, and make sure that he was never around when the monster was doing stuff. The monster was really sort of like the metaphor for things like the Mount Cashel kind of thing that happened here in Newfoundland a long time ago, or not even that long ago, I suppose. And I kind of just sort of ended that with when the priest and the monster came together, there was an explosion. And I suppose the symbolism there is when, you sort of realize what's going on there. Now that's a very long, convoluted subtext, right? And that was not meant to be like the main focus of that movie. That main focus movie was just supposed to be a horror movie about this guy trying to like survive with this crazy cult man and his monster. But when you put these sort of subtext in your stories, I really think that they give it a lot more depth, even if you don't necessarily pick up on it right away. Another one, and I'll let Shane talk about this, is it was Hag. And I'll let Shane pipe in on that, but Hag also had a very strong like sort of subtext to it. Shane, if you want to talk about that.
I think so I wrote Hag, and I think my problem was I was watching The Shining on repeat while I was writing it. So like I took Francois Layer's suggestions here to like a little bit of an extreme, in that at the very base, Hag is a story about Newfoundland sleep paralysis, and our character is like plagued by it. But like I also tried to just write in these layers, talking about just mental illness in Newfoundland, and just how it can pass through generations of family, and there's also these sort of reckonings that come along with that. Those are things that I wrote, and like I personally have the undertones to in that film, but it's not something that everybody resonates with or everybody gets. And I'm a big fan of not really spoon feeding our ideas or our films to people. I want people to and it does go both ways. We have made films that are literally just about like a box of chords that attacks you. I don't want to. We're not always, this.
And I wrote that because I just wanted to see a box of chords that attacks people.
Right. Like, I think Hag for me was like, it was the end of our Devflix anthology, and I felt like I had to go really big. We did like a live screening, and it went over well. I was really pleased with the feedback and everything. But I was just on like Kubrick shit really hard. And I listen, it came nowhere near Kubrick, but I was trying.
With the chords, you can go backwards in time and like retroactively like imagine some metaphor, I'm sure. Technology taking over.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what it is. It's a warning sign.
I mean, actually, that raises a good question. It's like how much do you have to think about it beforehand for it to work? Like, for you, like, does it matter that yourself what you're putting up there, or like what the subtext is, or what?
Well, I think it really depends on your style of writing. Like, I know, for instance, like I'm right now I'm doing a course on The Watchmen, and you like Alan Moore, the amount of the amount of shit that is going on in The Watchmen is just mind-boggling, and it is all specifically put there and stuff like that. But then there are other things that I think like are sort of just culturally, subconsciously getting put in there. You know, like I think of like early Batman kind of thing like that. None of the decisions
Adam
that were
West,
made.
Batman.
No, I'm actually talking about the old
Damn.
the cartoons. Are not the cartoons, the comic books, the first Batmans that came out. You read those now, and there are so many weird cultural things going on in the early Batman comics, but those were not specifically put in there. So you might be doing it anyway, and that's like I mentioned at the beginning is you might be subconsciously doing all these things that I'm talking about now anyway, and I would just sort of like to draw attention to them if you are doing them, so when you notice them, use them or don't use them. But it really is up to your style. I think like Buddha said, he chords strangling some dude, that's nuts, so let's do it. So, and with Bob, I explicitly wanted to have like critique on the church and abuse, so it can really go both ways. But I do think that layering your story is definitely something that makes your story stronger in the end.
Oh, Carol Mullins has a question. Can you have too much subtext?
Well, I mean, that's like, I think that's a hard question to answer. I mean, that's, some people watch a horror movie with lots of subtext and they love diving into it and pulling it apart and understanding it and explaining it to everyone else that's not getting it. Some people cannot deal with it and they find that it distracts them from the movie. And there's one thing that is the worst thing I think you can do in a movie is to remind you that you're watching a movie. You're watching a movie and something happens and you're like, I'm watching the movie right now. There's been some kind of mistake in the screenwriting or something like that. So I think yes, it is possible to have too much subtext, but I wouldn't be worried about overthinking it or underdoing it. Just whatever feels natural when it comes to you writing your subtext. I think you might be good with that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just like whatever, like it goes back to what you said first. Just write what you want, write for you. If it's enough, it'll be enough subtext. Like don't write for the subtext. Write what comes out of you for, just write what you want, and it don't matter.
Yeah. So unless there are any more questions, I'm going to get into the last part 1 and 2, where mostly I'm going to say the theory of script writing, maybe, or at this level. But the final thing I want to talk about, and it's just about short, is like the practical things, the things that are real world, that are not academic or thinking or subtext or stuff like that. And what I call this section is know your limitations. At Grindmind, I mean, we're not getting $2 million to make anything, right? So if you're at our level, then you probably have to work inside the box and get creative on how to make your ideas happen. It's very easy to get lost in your imagination and just sit down and furiously typing the story with all of these things going on. But if you're not going to like sort of be aware of your limitations, you're going to be very disappointed when your script is not what you expected it to be. And I mean, these could be very simple things. I mean, sometimes we've had problems even just finding a house to film in. Like that seems so simple. Like you just go in your house and you film the scene. Sometimes it's hard to even get a house to be in there. Sometimes it's hard to get 4 actors to have the same schedule off to come be in your movie, right? So when you're writing your script at this level, keep that kind of stuff in mind. Keep locations in mind. Think about stuff like, can I get to a lighthouse? Is there going to be a lighthouse I can get? Can I get 8 dudes wearing robes standing next to a fire or something like that? So keep stuff like that in mind and be conscious of your script as you're writing it, because every sentence that you write is either costing you and your crew money or it's costing you and your crew's time. And those are 2 things that for us are volunteered and that people give to us. So it is important to, as you write your script time, if you have a scene where someone is like hanging upside down or in a tree or something like that, be very wary that this person is doing this out of their own sort of volition, and it might not be the greatest idea to just go mad with your sort of ideas, knowing that I know that like M. Night Shyamalan probably, you know, he can go wild. You know, if he wants to just decapitate like a squad of Marines, it's not a big deal for M. Night Shyamalan. But for us, or for us at Grindmind, it is. And I think that is an extremely valuable thing to keep in mind when you're writing your script. Can I do it? And can I get people to help me do it? And do I have the money to do it? Am I willing to spend $200 to make a head explode? Now it's a bit different for us because we got for Grindmind, because we got Buddha, who has consistently just made the most incredible effects stuff. But most people probably don't have a Buddha, so they might have to sort of just YouTube what to do when you want to make something nuts like that.
Just to clarify, you're talking about Justin Wiseman.
Justin Wiseman,
Yeah.
sorry. Justin Wiseman goes by Buddha. But yeah, I'm talking about Justin Wiseman. Okay, and then the next part, and I'm almost done, don't worry, is to get creative. Okay, so by this I mean kind of like less is more. An example of that, I think of Jaws. When Jaws was getting made, there was a lot of problems with the shark. The shark was just not cooperating with anybody or anything. So in the final cut of the movie, the shark was rarely seen, but lo and behold, it was actually genius, because not having that shark in so many of the scenes gave the shark like this terrifying presence because it was not seen. And it's just interesting to see how not having a thing on set gives it presence. And something another film I recently watched that I was like, that's an excellent use of not using something to give it presence is The Invisible Man. I don't know, it's like a new move. The camera work in that, this is more like for later camera work, but sometimes that camera would just shift to an empty hallway with nothing there and nothing happens. It's just still there. But what it is doing is, without literally placing a person or a monster there, it is giving presence to your villain or to your thing. And that is not something that is just exclusive to big blockbuster Hollywood movies. I think they are, in a way, the bread and butter of DIY filmmaking. Is less is more. We've done it. I'm going to go back again to Abe's Walk. We had these monsters. There were supposed to be multiple of them, but they, you know, to create the monster like that would have been an entire suit and just an extremely expensive thing to do. So we had to get creative about that, and we were very careful when we showed the monster, what we showed, trying to use your audio and your sound guy to sort of create this like sort of presence without visually showing stuff. I think that is something that is just absolutely a waste if you're not using that at this level, because you're essentially creating a monster with nothing. So that's definitely something that I would keep in mind, and I wish we knew earlier in Grindmind that we could create monsters with literally just an absent presence of these things. And okay, so I'm on my last point now. This seems obvious too, but it's important, is you have to use what you've got. Okay, so think about the things in your world that you can use to make your film, and adapt your screenwriting to have these things. Like if your nan's old-timey kitchen, you know, there's like 50% of your movie's location taken care of right there, and things like that. If you've got like a 10-foot friend, like we got Buddha, he's enormous. You know, having a big giant dude like that with like a mask on is such a like a useful thing to have. If you have like a friend or something that can like bulge their eyes out or like dislocate their bones and stuff, you know, call them. You know, they don't have to be actors or professional people. Get them to come over and do something weird. Yeah, and me personally, like I'm not an actor, but I can naturally play creepy people. I've played the devil and an insane preacher, and murdering clown man, murdering clown man. Yeah, anything that is just like a genuinely creepy dude, I end up playing, and it's not because I'm like a fabulous actor or something, but it's because I just have that ability for some reason. So don't be afraid if you're a script writer and you want to be like, I'm a script writer, I'm a director, on this thing. Don't be afraid to double up as an actor if you have to, and to make the most of your own skill set, even though you may think that you're not great at it. You might be being a bit harder on yourself than you actually have to be. So that's all I got. Those are my 3 tips for DIY filmmaking. So if anyone got any questions, feel free to ask.
Carol Mullen says you're too humble.
Thank you, Carol. That's very nice of you to say.
What was the easiest script that you guys came up with in your mind? Like, what was the most natural and what was the hardest? Let's maybe look at the 2 extremes.
I think that FX wise definitely makes it hard. We recently did something for the 15-second challenge. I mean, that's only 15 seconds long, but there was a lot of blood and stuff involved in that, and it made that shoot go pretty long because of the effects wise. And I mean, that was just like a small thing in the script. So keeping an eye on your effect stuff is what definitely makes things harder. Yeah. I don't know what I'm not sure what like the easiest thing is we did. Do you guys got any ideas?
Easiest thing to write, maybe.
Easiest thing to write.
That like, was there just do these ideas just drop out of the air, or are they like, do you have to like work on them for a while?
For me, sometimes they literally just drop out of the air, or I'll just be driving around and see something weird and get an idea. I once saw a picture of a Christmas tree in the woods with like lights on it, just in the middle of the woods. And I just thought that was such a strange image. And we built a whole short around it called No Peeking, about just about this guy. He's sitting there, he's got his present, and his girlfriend is like, don't look in that box. And I mean, there was this whole narrative and this whole plot built around just seeing a Christmas tree in the woods with lights on it and how strange that looked. So sometimes I think inspiration can come from something like that, like just a picture. Other times, like with like Bob, I was really inspired to try and like make something that had like this deep subtext, which came from, just reading about abuse in the church. So I think it can come from either way. But as to which one for us was like the easiest to write, I don't know. Hard to say.
I would put it on like the gags are always the easiest. Like the
Oh, the urine.
Yeah, you're in for it, right? You're in for it. It was like that
was the easiest to write.
Yeah, for sure. And
you got it right there.
Yeah, it's like a guy just really needs to take a piss, and we were like, what happens if you had to pull off on the side of the road, and while you're doing your business, you see a serial killer across the field? And it's just this really, I think it was probably the funniest one to actually film. Like, I cracked up so many times because it's just like it ends with the guy peeing on the other guy. That doesn't have any subtext. There's no social commentary in that whatsoever.
I'm sure we could find carefully.
Well, I mean, it's the big guy on the little guy. There's all kinds of shit. And I think like in terms of hard writing, it's kind of interesting because of like our process. Everything kind of shops through the 4 of us. So like, I don't think we've had a lot of trouble writing a script, but it's usually the trouble comes with how can we pare this down? How can we make this simpler? How can we cut like half that dialogue? Because as soon as we start having like 10 pages and half of them are filled with dialogue, it's going to take us weeks to shoot it with our schedules and being able to get a weekend off. So it's always like, I find length is just usually what starts making our scripts pretty difficult.
I was going to ask like how important it is to like have less dialogue, not so much like for the practical purposes of it taking forever to film, but just like for effect, because like it seems to me that horror specifically, like when dialogue is removed is when stuff gets weirder and creepier. Like even just thinking like like the film Nosferatu. Like it's just like there's no dialogue. It's one of the
Yes.
to me anyway. It's like it haunts me.
Yeah.
Like, and there's no words, you know. So
I think one of the more recent examples, more recent from Nosferatu, is A Quiet Place, right? Like 90% of that movie is just anxiety because nobody can make any noise. And I think that's also something that we're trying to push more and more. Like everything that we come up with, I'm like, how can nobody say? A lot to do also is just we're in COVID restrictions now, so like, you know, it's just us and the guys. So we're like, how can we just not have anybody speak for the majority of it? But you're absolutely right that like it totally adds to like just intensity because you're also focused on everything else that's going on around. It's not just keeping up with a conversation. It's what's in that shadow, you know, what is she seeing in the corner of her eye? Those sort of things.
So something I'd just like to add to that is I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, and there's this one thing that George Lucas once said that about John Williams' score in all the Star Wars movies, and said that if there was no dialogue in any Star Wars movie at all, you would still know exactly what is going on based on the mood that or the tone that the score is doing. And that is something that we do too. Our score sort of makes up for dialogue by sort of setting the mood of what may or may not have been said by our characters. And yeah, that's something that I think that is important too, is using your score to sort of replace dialogue, tell the story without having to literally say it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying it the other day. We were chatting about it, and I was like, every time we watch a movie and it's the final cut before it goes off to sound, like the final editing cut, I'm always like, nah, pull the plug, guys. It's not going to work, you know. And then Johnny takes it and puts a whole other level on it. It's unbelievable how much it makes a difference. Like blood and gore and all that stuff is really important in a horror movie, but it's more important to me to have the tone and music match everything that's going on, and it makes a huge difference. Silence or music, right?
I got a question from the floor from Facebook. Ryan Taylor asked, do your scripts more often begin with full concepts, or are they born out of particular scenes or images? Or
Yeah, like I mentioned before, I saw a tree in the woods, and that became full script, and that just came from literally an image. But our scripts change on the fly too. Sometimes we're shooting on set, and someone will be like, why is he doing this? Like, and then it will all of a sudden just dawn on everybody and be like, why is he doing that? And why is she doing that? Why is that happening? And then our scripts change right there immediately.
Yeah.
We have to make a split-second decision right there to alter the script. And so you'll find too that your concept it's a fluid thing. It changes. Even if you are like this, the script is done, everything is done. I send it to the guys, and then it comes out differently in the end. And I think that you definitely need to make a cutoff point, because every single film we've ever done, I wish we could just remake, because there's more I want to add. There's more I want to do. There's things that I didn't like. So you'll never, I don't think you'll ever be content with your film and be like, the script is perfect, the film is perfect, because you'll always want to do something else to it in the end. I hope that answers your question.
yeah, I think so.
I'm kind of,
Yeah,
I just like am curious about like how like this genre is like, well, how the genre is like suited or well suited to DIY. Like it seems like it's a particularly good genre to get into if DIY is
like
what you're
that.
working with.
That's pretty much how we've championed our entire journey. Is like horror really is, to me, is the ultimate DIY genre, because like Francois mentioned earlier, there are a lot of various pockets of horror, but audiences in horror specifically are cool with a not so great movie. We love, bad horror, good horror. And I always think about that, like even horror that is specifically bad becomes good horror because it's funny. Like 10 years down the line, that really awful movie is suddenly a cult classic because it's hilarious, right? And yeah, that's pretty much, I think, you can do a lot with a little as well. You know, like Francois was saying, a lot of the scariest things are what you can't see. It's the shadow, or you know, the thing that's you're hearing and knocking at the door. A lot of the things that are terrifying don't cost a lot of money to make. And even when it comes to your gear, which we'll get into in the next session, it's just like, you know, you can spend your entire life's worth of savings on cameras, lights, and you know, mics and everything in the world, but you can also make things happen with like a flashlight, right? Like I think about Blair Witch constantly. Blair Witch is one of the best examples of just being like, hey, all we got to do is run in the woods and like point the camera at our snot, and it's like terrifying, right? Like that movie famously was made on like 10 grand, I think it was, for that whole feature. And you know, it changed the genre.
Paranormal Activity 2.
Yeah.
That movie made millions of dollars and was filmed on a budget of like $20,000 and made millions because it was all found footage. The whole movie was found footage. You never see a monster in that or anything like that. I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, but the director of that had never made a movie before in his life and just got a couple of his buddies together. They took like 20 grand and they made a movie that grows millions. So
I
Horror fans
rewatched
are
Paranormal
super
Activity just recently, and it doesn't really hold up that well.
It was the theater experience was huge for
Yeah.
Paranormal Activity. I was like terrified in the theater, but I don't think like watching it on your TV is like the same deal.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's definitely an experience.
I think I watched it 3 times in theater, and I just kept going back to the theater because watching everybody jump was so funny to me. Like I'd know when it was coming, and then everybody, the whole place would just go up. Right?
I think it was the first one they did. Like I think it was in the first one. The lady gets pulled off the bed. That was terrifying, right? And you didn't see any monster or ghost. You just saw her just literally move off the bed. And they did this other thing in that movie. I'm pretty sure you see like footprints form in the hallway or something, right? Like they form in dust or something. Terrifying. And it's just they managed to do so much without really showing anything. And like even like our films, we're like 30 in now. I don't know, like our max budget was probably in our last flick, which was like $400. Like I cannot stress, we're very lucky to have a lot of friends and volunteers who donate their time. That's the biggest, you know, hidden cost that we don't talk about. We pay people in pizza and friendship, but you know, we've managed to do a lot by just having a lot of fun with our friends. And I think horror is the just ultimate genre to be able to do that. You get to hang out on a weekend, throw blood at each other. It's a fun time.
It's a great time.
Yeah.
I feel like that's very Newfoundland, though. Like in all aspects of, like whether it's making an album or fixing your roof. So it's a good spot to make horror.
And like Francois said, like just our location itself really lends itself really well to horror. I've said this like a bunch, but 99% of the time you can look out your window and it's terrifying. You know, like we've just got awful weather, we've got awful but beautiful just drudgy scenery. You know, I look at our tourism commercials and I like to just be like, you know, we have the exact opposite of that, and we can use that to our advantage. Like this is a world stage. Like I don't know, we filmed Abraham's Walk in a mine, and all we had to do was ask really nicely to the Belle Island, you know, tourism crowd. We just called, and hey, can we shoot a film in your abandoned iron ore mine? And they actually had like they had employees come in on the day off and just hang out and bring us down there. That's definitely a very uniquely Newfoundland thing, but it's take advantage of that. It's like if you have this environment that's supportive and wants you to make it, do it.
And I mean, that goes back to the writing part too, right? Like if we had called and they said, no, boy, you're crazy. Like there's no way you're shooting a movie down here. Then Bob or Abraham's Walk wouldn't have got made, and that script, even though written, you know, wouldn't have survived. I don't think. So
yeah, we very much so use like what we have, and that's what we base our idea around and just run with it. And it's worked
you-
out so far. 3
And you
years.
trusted them taking you down into an abandoned mine as well.
Absolutely, right? Like that's another thing. There was definitely a small, maybe we could get murdered factor, but overall, those those dudes were good dudes. They put up with a lot. I can say that for sure.
Well, we're about at about 5 minutes to 11 right now, and Kaylee Bryant has joined us in the waiting in the wings. we can't see you unless you're.
I can't see. Oh, okay.
She's being spooky.
We can see
for
her,
everybody
but
online.
see them. But
What's up?
hey, what's up?
Going.
How are you?
Super duper. How are you all?
How are you looking? Fabulous! Wow.
Oh, okay. So everybody who is living through COVID will understand that my living room right now looks probably an awful lot like a Grind Mind film set. I have like tacked to the walls, and I have like a piece of old fabric up in front of this window, and things balanced precariously on other things to try and make this setup work. Anyways, this is all we do. We're just making it work. We're always just making it work.
That's awesome. And you've secretly given away that maybe we could come to your house and make a movie. We're always looking for a new house to film.
Shane, the second you said we can't even find a house, I was like, my house. I have a good house for making scary movies in. It's filled with shelves that have like animal bones already on them. You don't even need to set dress.
Right? Like this is it.
And
right?
I live here, and I'm terrifying. So
you find the house that already has the animal bones in it. You find the Kaylee, and you're good to go.
Yep. It's about, it's resourcefulness. It's a ready-made found objects. Yeah.
You think we're joking, but I've written this down.
I know a house in Portugal Cove that has a bunch of whale bones in it.
We need all your bone houses.
Give us your bone houses.
Give us
or let me just come over and look at your bones. I don't care. I'm cool with that too.
Yeah.
Sounds a little forward there, John.
Well, it is what it is.
Well, yeah. What should we do now? Should we any other questions from the floor from Facebook if for the Grind Mind guys before they skedaddle for the next little while? They'll be back. Shane, you'll be back later on this afternoon, right? 2
Yeah,
o'clock?
in true Grind Mind and 48-hour fashion, like I had to finish my I'm not even finished like writing my presentation that comes up at 2 o'clock. So it's gonna be fun. We're gonna wing it.
Wow.
You're good at winging
Your
it.
pants.
Yeah, I just want to say that I really liked Hag a lot. It was
Thank you so much.
super like
This is
it was just
the Hag.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There she is.
But the way, just to throw that out there, it's really good, and the suspense throughout it. I guess if you suffer from like insomnia at all, it resonates a little more.
Well,
but
that's totally it, right? Like I don't sleep for shit, so like that. Well, I write what I know, and that's a big part of it. But yeah, I really appreciate it. That film almost broke us because it was like stretched out over so long. I really enjoy the 48 hours because you're stuck in a 2-day window to make a flick. I love that. As we've progressed and gotten better, we've suddenly just started being like, okay, let's spend every weekend for the summer making this thing. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
no problem.
I guess before you guys leave, do you have any tips for like any like 48-hour focused tips, like advice for someone who's considering doing it maybe for the first time?
I would say nothing is sacred is like the biggest deal with the scripts and writing. Like everything is going to go wrong. I think our ratio of things going wrong to good is probably like, I don't know, back when we started, it was 90-10. Now we're maybe like a good 70-30. like everything goes wrong. So you have 48 hours. You have to have realistic expectations of what you can do in those 48 hours, and just be willing to bend and break everything that you think is right about what you're doing. Is how I would say. That would be my tip for the writing part, is that it just changes so much.
Yeah. Keep it simple as you can.
Yeah.
Don't throw a party and expect a bunch of people to show up for your party. Like we did with Retracer.
Yeah, we filmed a party, and we thought the best way to do it would be to have an actual party. And what we just had a bunch of friends that were drunk at 3 a.m. and we're trying to, okay, now you got to do this, and it was just like an awful situation. But we learned from that, and that was like the last film we made that probably had 30 people in it for sure. It was the first film and the last film we made that many people. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. And Shane, we'll see you later. Thanks, Francois, and thanks, Justin, for joining us.
For having us.
Awesome.
Thanks for having us,
guys.
That was
I will
awesome.
see you
This was
later.
fun.
Cool.
Looking forward to the next sessions. I'm tuning in on Facebook.
And make those movies because I want to watch them.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, make them. Watch them.
We need more horror.
Yeah, more.
More.
All right, guys. Thanks for having us.
See ya. Thanks.
Okay.
Love you.
guys.
Bye.
All right, now, Sandy, how are you doing? How are you holding up?
I'm good.
Again, it's very early where you are.
I got 2 cups of tea.
Oh, I got 2 cups, one for mine.
No, I'm good. I'm good. That was awesome. I'm like really like I just am like thinking about horror on a funny just the subtext of it is really interesting to think about. And just the different just like whatever social anxieties are happening, like how that gets expressed in horror is fun to think about.
Totally.
6 o'clock in the morning here, so
Yeah. Get Out was one of the it seems like, I mean, pretty much many horror films seem like that you can interpret so it's cultural subtext and social issues and stuff, but Get Out really was one of the first ones for me where it's like, oh yeah, wow, that's very direct. That's like really explicit subtext.
Yeah, there's so much like right now that's going on. I'm just like, I'm picturing like who's someone, maybe me, the 48-hour challenge. I'm like, I see like a zombie movie with like the demise of white supremacists and stuff. It would just be really fun to make.
Yeah.
Let's just take them out.
It's like go full Tarantino, I guess, like a revenge.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. There's good. I wonder how many pandemic movies there are going to be this year. Anyway, 48-hour challenge coming, a 48-hour horror challenge coming up on the 23rd to the 25th. And it's open to everybody. It's free. It's anybody's welcome to take part. You don't need to live in Newfoundland. We've had some submissions from, we had a submission from Africa at one point. It was someone who was connected to Newfoundland, who was living there temporarily, and made a horror movie with a few friends that he had there, and it was just amazing to see, and just anyway, good connection with the rest of the world. But so it's free and open to anybody, and you can find information about that on our Facebook page. 48-hour horror film challenge is what you search for. It's a bit of a mouthful, but so Sandy, who do we have up next?
Yeah, we have with us now Kaylee Bryan. And Kaylee is an artist, drag, and circus performer with a love of all things strange. So it's perfect that they're here with us today. Their performances tend towards the freaky and horrifying. And yeah, they're going to give us some tips on how to create, some special effects and like makeup with stuff that you can find, at the dollar store, just stuff that's accessible, because this is DIY, pretty hard, and it's 48 hours. So yeah, they're gonna walk us through just how to get the full effect. And yeah, so thanks for joining us, Kaylee. I'm excited for this.
Thanks for having me. I don't know when I'm supposed to start talking.
Yeah, you're anytime now.
Okay, cool.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. This is the first time we've had you do a workshop, but I've always admired your drag, and thought it was always very theatrical and cinematic and like awesome. So I'm really happy to have you here.
Thanks so much, Elling. This is difficult for me because I will be like demoing some stuff. So I have Elling very generously lent me a webcam because the one on my computer sucks. So I have the webcam atop a mirror, atop a box. The webcam is sturdy. It's on a tripod, but the mirror in the box, it's a whole thing. And then the computer's off to the left. So for a little period of time while I'm not demoing and I'm trying to actually look at Elling, I look like I'm not looking at Ellie. So anyways, if
a common
I
Zoom thing,
not
yeah.
paying attention to the screen, it's because I am in fact paying attention to the screen. So can I screen share something real quick?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And am I visible yet or no?
You are totally visible. Whenever you're speaking,
Oh.
you're visible.
Okay, wicked. Because for me, you're big. Okay, here I am. So as I said a minute ago, I do have like a sheet rigged up and all this stuff here to try and make the light levels work. I'm still pretty washed out, so apologies for that. But yeah, okay, hi, I'm Kaylee. I'm super stoked to be here. And I'm gonna preface this by saying I am not a formally trained special effects artist. I am a sculptor and a painter, so I do have that going for me. But everything else has been, for me, very DIY, self-taught, with, of course, the help of generous friends. So as they said, Sandy said in the introduction, I did limit myself for the purposes of this workshop to stuff that I could get on the cheap. So you should be able to get what you need more or less for like $40 at Spirit of Halloween and Shoppers Drug Mart. When I was growing up, I used to do all kinds of like, every year for Halloween, I was something dead. It didn't matter what the thing was, but it had to be a dead thing for me to be happy. And I would do, bruises and gashes and gore with stuff that I could get at the dollar store. But as it turns out, what you can get at the dollar store these days is unusable garbage. So fortunately, it's 'tis the season. Spirit of Halloween is open, and that's where I got a bunch of stuff. So I put a couple photos together. I'm gonna try and pack a lot in. I know I don't have that much time. And probably the most important thing for me to know about special effects makeup is it do take time. So whatever you budget monetarily can be minimal, but definitely give yourself a lot of time to design your looks, to practice the skills you'll need to create them, and then to actually do them on set on the day. Okay, I'm gonna share real quick. I didn't make this a fancy, presentation of any kind. It's just photos in my photo thing. So the first two are supplies, and I'll just run over this real quick. So all the color stuff that you see along the top edge and the left edge, most of that I got at Spirit of Halloween. So the little round palette with cream colors and that little weird stack next to it, that is something that they have. It's cream makeup specifically for like cuts and bruises and stuff. And it's actually great. So highly recommend picking that up if you're doing any gore. And then the top right corner, that Revolution palette, I do recommend having powder colors to set your cream colors with. It's just going to give you a lot more richness and depth in the illusion makeup if you're trying to go in that direction. This Revolution palette was $17 at Shoppers. But if you'll ever, wear makeup again or do any future filmmaking, totally great investment. The paintbrushes I got at the dollar store, I got round ones and pointy ones. I was really trying to make this as accessible financially as possible. I'll tell you, they're not the easiest things to work with. If you have a few extra dollars, and again, you think you might ever wear makeup again, I recommend picking up a couple brushes designed for makeup, but they are a bit pricey. So if that's not in your range, you can do it with dollar store brushes. Then I've got a cheap black liquid eyeliner there. Again, go spend $4 at Shoppers. There's a cherry matte primer there. A primer is something that you can put on your face before you do any makeup, and it'll just fill in all of your like pores essentially, so you have a smoother, more ready surface to paint on. I never used to use it, but I've started and it's changed my life. So another thing to invest in. The thing on the bottom right, that's a pretty good coverage foundation that I like to use. It more or less matches my skin tone. Again, that's going to be like $20 at Shoppers. But for the sake of the value of your time, if you're doing anything where you're doing gore and you're not doing like monster colors and you're doing a natural flesh tone, invest a little bit in a foundation that's going to match your actors or your model's skin tone. It will save you a world of difficulty in trying to mix your skin tone colors from a not the most ideal little cream palette that you bought for $4 at Spirit of Halloween. That's page one. Our effects, okay, there we go. And then this is my sort of gory sculpty stuff. Again, the little sponges in the top left, those are dollar store purchases. You're going to, if you're going to use any cream makeup, which you probably will, if you're going to use any latex, that's the Ben Nye bottom right corner. I highly recommend grabbing some latex. You can get that at Spirit as well, but I'm using stuff that I got from Stage and Studio Supply, which I'll talk about later. That is my go-to for any special effects makeup stuff that I want. It's local, run by Steve Lewis. He's amazing. He's super knowledgeable. He's super helpful. Highly recommend. But if you're going to be using cream makeup or latex or anything like that, you're going to need some kind of setting powder. This might be something you already have in a makeup collection if you're a makeup wearer. But if not, you can shell out for a translucent powder. You can shell out for one that matches your skin tone, or you can buy baby powder. It will absolutely work, and it's super cheap. I have a Elmer's glue stick there. As a drag artist, this is like one of the most prized possessions in my toolkit because it is what we use to glue down our eyebrows so that we can create new face shapes without those pesky little furry face caterpillars in the way. And you will definitely want to throw some glue on your eyebrows if you're going to be doing any sort of liquid latex type work around your eyes. If you don't glue down your eyebrows, you will accidentally wax them off when you take off your latex. So that's really crucial. Then I have some blood. I got some fake blood from the dollar store and some blood gel from Spirit of Halloween. Both are fine for the purposes of the 48-hour challenge. There's some Spirit gum there. That's the little container. I don't know if you can still see me, but there's a little container there. That's Spirit gum. We'll talk about that more later. Again, you can get that at Spirit of Halloween. And then, very important, this little spatula palette knife thing off to the right, you're going to use that for a fair amount. So that comes in a little kit at Spirit with some sponges and a little powder puff and a little floppy white makeup palette. Grab that for a couple of bucks. It's important. And lastly, the round thing in the top right, that is scar wax, also known as modeling wax. And we use that in wound creation a lot. So between the liquid latex and the scar wax, you can make some pretty gnarly, gory stuff. So those are the items we're going to use. Again, you can probably kind of do that for about $40 if you have to buy everything new. don't really recommend sharing makeup stuff right now on account of there being a global pandemic and all. But in healthier times, you could probably beg, borrow from friends like half of this stuff.
A question from
Yeah.
Linda Mansfield. Where did you get the scar wax?
The scar wax is Spirit of Halloween. This is a cheap little one, but truthfully, it's not bad. I bought 3 kits. I bought some from Shoppers, one from the dollar store, and this one from Spirit. And the Shoppers and dollar store was awful. Absolutely do not even try and use it. But this stuff is surprisingly good. Definitely more than sufficient for the 48-hour film challenge. And I have some, well, it's hanging around on my desk. Oh, here it is. I have some from a brand called Graftobian, which is like a professional makeup brand that's great. And I got this from Stage and Studio. So if you felt like investing, it's here, it's available, it's possible. Okay, so that covers the materials we're going to be using. It is a little bit more challenging using stuff that is not so high quality, but it's totally doable. So next up, I made a little drawing. I think it's really important to sketch out your looks in advance, even if you're just placing cuts and stuff. It's useful if you have a team of people working so that everybody knows where the different cuts and whatnot need to go, or scales, what have you, on your actors, partly for continuity and partly just so you as an artist have an opportunity to plan. The planning, I think, is really super important, especially when you're doing gore, because there needs to be, this is like key considerations for any sort of like gore or injury to the body. 2 things you really need to think about are the age of the injury and the cause of the injury or the impact. A key, or like I would say a dead giveaway when you're watching a movie is, you know, something's happened to somebody and maybe you have a really well executed wound or really well executed bruises, but they don't make sense in the context of your narrative. Maybe they don't make, the wound doesn't look like it came from a crowbar. So those are things that even subtly will tip off your audience that you've engaged them in an elaborate ruse. So this is something that I threw together the other night, totally unplanned on my friend, just because I wanted to test out some colors and my dollar store brushes and stuff like that. So this is roughly what I'm kind of modeling this after. We have some nose wrinkles, we have some sunken eyes and like eyelid illusion and a scale illusion. I tried to do this look pretty quickly and I made no plan. So it was very spontaneous, but it is roughly what we're basing this sketch on. So I do think planning is super, super important if you plan to use your look for something like a film. So the 2 things that we're going to try and cover today, and I'm going to get Elling to give me a time check when I have like 15 minutes left, because I'm going to try and cram a lot in. But we're going to try and cover like really super fast over some gore kind of stuff. We're going to do bruise and wound, and wounds, you know, translate pretty easily to gashes. And then we're going to go on to like illusion makeup, which I think is a special effects artist's best friend when you're working on a low budget, and especially if you don't have experience with prosthetics, then it saves you a lot of time making prosthetics, and it saves you a lot of money. You can make prosthetics on the cheap, but it's going to take you time, and you definitely need to invest in your skill sets. So I think that a lot can be accomplished with makeup if you take the right approach. So I'm going to get out of here now. Look, it's me. Hi.
what is, sorry to interrupt at what's the local company for SFX makeup?
Yeah, it's called Stage and Studio Supply.
Mm-hmm.
And it's run by a guy named Steve Lewis. He's so knowledgeable, so friendly, so helpful. and will also, because he will, if you are considering a product and aren't 100% sure, he'll take all the time in the world to explain whether it's right for you, how it works, all that stuff. And he often will drop things off to you at your house or meet you for a coffee, you know, pandemic aside. But I double checked with him before today. They are up and running. Some of their stock's low because pandemic, but he does have a fair amount and a great list of products. So highly recommend that if you do have a bit of money that you want to invest in the future of your special effects career. Cool. Okay, so I had some pictures of bruises as an aerial circus performer. I'm like this soft, fleshy body winging around on a big piece of metal, a metal hoop. That's what I do in the circus, and it causes me a lot of bruises. And I really love bruises. I think they're beautiful, so I spend a lot of time studying them. But that's another sort of pro tip is if you can stomach it, work from reference photos. If you can't stomach real, work from other special effects artists' reference photos without copying, you know, anything super unique that they might be doing. Try and put your own spin on things. But you know, I'm great at gore effects. I'm horrified by real injuries. So for like, you know, we'll do like a big skin tear on this side of the face today. I looked at real reference images of skin tears for about 45 seconds before I started to get queasy. Enough to know I was on a good track. And then I, you know, saw a lot of special effects people doing it and was like, okay, I feel quite confident about this. So anyways, we're gonna start real quick with bruises. You wanna make sure that your bruise colors match your personal flesh tone. And you wanna consider those two things. What made the bruise and how old is it? Because we are very tight for time, I'm just gonna like barrel through. And I'm gonna say that frequently with these kinds of palettes, the Spirit of Halloween palette, the colors are pretty bright and vibrant, and that is actually really not what you want for bruises. Bruise colors are usually more toned down. They are more on the sort of like browny side of things. So you want to try and either mix a little bit of a brown out of these using your little spatule, or use something like a powder palette that has a brown in it. I'm gonna do a little bit of both. So I know from my own skin, and you would know if you saw my reference photos, that a fresh bruise on me is usually a pretty intense kind of purpley red color with a bit of brown diffuse on the edge. So I'm taking some of this purple and this red just on the pad of my finger. These go translucent really easily actually. So you can set a base. We'll just pretend I bruised. Can you see me? Bruised my chin, sure, right here. And I'm just patting that in really gently with the pad of my finger, and then using a clean finger to kind of wipe away the edge. And if we were on a tight timeline, that could potentially be enough. It's too bright purple for my liking. So I'm gonna go ahead. I have very limited space on my desk because of the whole camera box affair setup. I'm gonna take some of this purple here, sort of a really browned purple. And again, just using the pad of my finger, you don't need to get too fancy or technical. And tapping that onto the point of the hardest impact. And then I'll blend that out. So this could be fine. These colors are a little too bright for my liking. I'm not gonna take a million years and like finesse these the way I would if I was doing a photo shoot, for example, but I can take a little bit of the orange from this palette and throw it on over top and get a little bit more of that brown color. And that can be basically like my fresh bruise. A bruise that has been hanging around for a week, couple weeks, usually has that jaundiced yellow color underneath. And that will be the most diffuse part of your bruise. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the yellow from this palette and just, we'll make an old bruise now on the other side of my chin. Can you see this okay? Is it too bright? It's probably too bright. Anyways, you're gonna throw down some yellow. The yellow on this palette actually isn't bad. And in most cases, you want to consider where on the body is the bruise. A bruise is broken blood capillaries, which means two things. It means that it's a really fine lattice work of blood carrying items under your skin. And when they get burst, it's usually a really mottled effect. So bruise is very rarely like one uniform color over a big area. It's usually got a lot of little mottled colors. So stippling with a brush will be your friend. Doing really fine details is what's gonna really sell an older bruise. So I'll lay down this yellow color as the base. You also want to think about where on the body it is and where does blood pool. So a great example for this is to just YouTube like special effects makeup for a black eye, and you see it's very consistent where the blood pools in the under eye sort of bag region. I'm just going to grab one of my little dollar store brushes here. And I'm going to grab a little bit of the green and a little bit of the purple. Oh, I forgot to talk about color wheels. Something really important for doing this kind of work is having any sense of color theory. So your most basic color theory is you've got, your three primaries, red, yellow, and blue, and you can make any other color from those three colors. If you have a really bright red and you want to knock it down, let's assume you have a red object and there's a shadow cast on it. Really easy way to do that is to throw a little bit of green into your red, because green and red are opposite each other on the color wheel. They're complementary colors. So if color theory is not something that you kind of have in your wheelhouse, keep a little color wheel offside, and then you can look and be like, oh, I want to knock down my orange, I'll throw some blue in there. And that will really help you when you're designing your highlights, your shadows, your bruises, everything really. So I've basically taken my green and my purple a little bit on my brush. There's often like a sort of grayish green color in older bruises. That's way too much purple. So we'll take some of that green and purple, and we're, again, stippling, mottling. That's that stabbing motion. You want to throw it on in a really varied pattern to mimic all those tiny blood vessels that have been broken. And then you can take your finger again and pat it out. Your finger is your friend. You don't always need to use fancy brush. We're not using fancy brushes, but you don't always need to use brushes and things. Your fingers can often be a good tool. I can just see now that this is not all that visible to y'all. So anyways, I'm just stippling this color on. And if I wanted to, I could leave that as a 2-week-old bruise. Guys, I'm really sorry. I had this all sorted out, I thought, but I think it's getting brighter outside, and now I'm being foiled by the weather, which we never have, which is nice. Nice weather.
I can see it really. I can see it well.
You can. Oh,
Yeah.
good. That's a relief.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, it's all for naught.
And it looks like a yucky old bruise. So
Great. That's
Yeah.
what we're going for. So I can tell you, certainly in my mirror, as somebody who has sported many, many bruises, if I saw me, I would be convinced that this was a 2-week-old bruise and it was bad and now it's going away. You want to amp that up a little bit. You'll come back and you'll grab some of your red and your purple, and you'll do some more of that tiny stippling in and around your gray-green area bruises. And this is really like, look at reference images and have fun. As long as the logic of your bruise makes sense. The blood's pooling where it probably would pool. The age makes sense in terms of the color palette that you're using. Then you can really get creative with it as a special effects artist. Design your bruise, make sure you're using a fine brush, make sure you're doing the stippling, and you're good to go. I'm gonna just move right along here. And again, I was gonna say earlier that I have a bunch of like videos and people to follow on YouTube, special effects artists that I really like. So I'll just like throw that into the Ghoul School Facebook event afterwards, if that's cool with Elling and Sandy, so that those references are like easy for everyone to find. Cool. Bruises. Let's do some gory stuff. So I made a really quick, I don't know that we'll get around to prosthetics today, but I made a really quick prosthetic yesterday of some gills sprouting out of my cheek, in the hopes that we would get around to prosthetic application, but also because I like a story. I always need a story. That's how I am as a person. So I was like, okay, what's my story today? Well, the story is that this person is like turning into a fish and they're really not keen on it. What is the source of my injury? I got upset about the whole fish transformation situation and I tore my gills off. Maybe I cut them off with a thing. So we're going to create a big skin tear on the other side of the face, which is where I ripped my gills off. It also will give us the opportunity to talk a little bit about illusion makeup with scales, and we'll make some big eye cavities as well if I have time. Okay, so barreling on ahead. If you want to do cuts and wounds and gashes and skin tears and all that kind of stuff, there are several methods. What I'm going to show you is the one with the scar wax that I bought at Spirit of Halloween. And we're going to use a little bit of spirit gum is the first thing that goes on here. So the spirit gum is also what we use to attach prosthetics, or it's one option, but it's a goop. It's a gluey goop, and we apply it around the edge where we want the skin tear to happen, or you would apply it under the whole surface of, the gash that you wanted to adhere. And we're going to sculpt the skin tear out of the scar wax. So basically you apply a little bit of this and then you tap it to help it dry and make it really, really sticky. Use a finger you're not going to use for makeup. I make this mistake all the time. I use these for makeup, then I get them covered in spirit wax, and then it's a whole thing. So give it a second, let the air dry it a little, and then you're going to go ahead and tap, tap, tap. And now it sounds like, the floor of a movie theater, like an old movie theater when you like lift up your foot and it goes, that's what it's going to sound like. Then you're going to get your little trowel and your scar wax. I've scooped out a bunch, but not too much. This is a key thing. And I've rolled it to make a little worm out of my wax worm. When I was talking earlier about key giveaways that your wound is a fake, one of the biggest giveaways, one of the biggest tells is that you've used way too much of a scar wax, a latex, a product, and the wound is sitting way too high on the surface of the skin. So I've taken a small amount, I've tapered the edge, I've just pinched it. So now I have like a fat edge and a thin edge, and the fat edge is going to go on the inside of my skin tear there. And I've placed that on my sticky surface. Back comes the trowel. So I'm going to use the tip of my trowel to pull this edge down onto my existing skin. Blending the edge of your cut, your wax, is one of the keyest parts of creating a convincing wound. And this is a part that just does take practice. It's just about getting used to holding your tool and getting used to that motion where you are applying an increasing amount of pressure. You start light at the top and your pressure gets harder as you come towards the bottom. See, I use the skinny end to lay it all in, and now I'm using the big flat end to kind of smooth out. It created all these little tiny bumps using the top edge. So now I'm using the big long flat edge to just smooth all that out and smooth it down into my skin. So when you're creating something like this, as I said, like a big tell is using way too much wax. Often people will grab like a big hunk of this, squash down, maybe the edges are squashed down really nicely, but you have this giant raised bump. So you have to think logically, physically, how much skin is actually there. Skin is very, very thin. It's a very thin layer of dermis that we have over all of our fatty tissues and muscles and stuff. So in order for your wound and your gash and whatnot to be convincing, think realistically, if this really happened, how much of my flesh would actually be torn or would be raised or would be visible. Cool. So a couple of tips. I really prefer to use the spatula. I'm used to it. It's what I like. Some people like to do the edge blending with their fingers. Part of the nice thing, if you want to work that way, is that your hands are warm, and the warmth will help to soften the wax a little bit so you can pull those edges. I think it's really just a matter of like, get used to one and you like it. If you are going to use your fingers, I recommend grabbing a little bit of like moisturizer or Vaseline on your fingers, excuse me, because the wax is sticky, and that will help you to just get through that edge smoothing blending process without the wax being pulled off by sticking to your fingers. You can also dip your tools in Vaseline. If you have made, if you're going to do something where you have like a raised sort of bump and you're going to carve, you know, if you have a bump on your nose, you're going to carve a gash into it, throw some Vaseline on your tools so it doesn't stick to your wax and pull off all of your hard work. Cool. So now we have it on the face. We have some blended edges. It looks all right. The next part is, because it is still sticky and it's still sort of malleable, we want to seal that to the face. So again, we're going to use liquid latex. You can get this at Spirit of Halloween. A pro tip with liquid latex is, if you do have a liquid foundation that matches your skin tone, you can add some to your latex, your little bottle of latex, as I have. So you can see my latex has my foundation in it, so it more readily matches my skin tone and I don't have to do quite as much work to make it blend. So I'm going to take some latex on my sponge and I'm going to just seal all of this wax with a bit of latex. We're going to go all the way around the edge. You want to make sure you kind of get all of the waxy areas. Something that you want to, or that, you know, that I try personally to avoid, is going too far out with my latex, because latex wrinkles if your skin's going to be, you know, moving at all, which it tends to do. And that becomes kind of a giveaway in my eyes. This is standard practice for special effects stuff, but I do find that latex wrinkling is a giveaway. If you get a kit with a little stipple sponge in it, you can go ahead and like stipple some of your latex just to try and give the effect of like human pores, skin pores. Cool. So while this latex dries, we're going to further glorify this whole experience. And we're going to do that using cotton ball. I got these cotton balls at the dollar store, and a little bit more of the liquid latex. So when you have an open wound like this, it is very rare that the inside of that wound is going to be perfectly, you know, smooth like your real skin that you're applying over. There's going to be little bits of gristle and fatty tissues and stuff in there. And so this is a great way to up the realism of your gory face. I need to dab a little bit more latex on here now. So basically, we're going to take our liquid latex and we're going to dab that inside. I'm just going to create sort of a base of liquid latex inside my wound. And then I'm going to pull just some thin bits out of my cotton ball. Now we had gills, so I'm going to assume, I don't really know what it's like if you have gills on your face and then you rip them off, but I'm going to assume there would be some evidence of where they attached. So I'm just gonna lay in, this part can get a bit tricky. I will admit I don't do the cotton ball bit especially well, but I'm gonna lay in a couple, I'm just twisting this so it comes together a little bit more. I'm gonna lay some of that in there.
I'm already so traumatized.
I'm so sorry, Ellen. Isn't this upsetting?
It's awesome.
Okay, great.
It's really mesmerizing. Like,
good.
it's so mesmerizing, which is sort of traumatizing.
I'll show you some special effects I made a while ago for a drag show that will really upset everybody.
While I have your, there was a question about finding contact lenses from the.
Locally, I don't have any place. There are a variety of options online. They probably will not get to you in time for a 48-hour film challenge. And honestly, with the mail the way it is right now, they probably won't get to you in time for Halloween. But that's something I can put a couple links in the event afterwards. I definitely buy them. I definitely use them. I definitely love them. But I have also seen horror stories on the internet of people who bought the like funky Halloween lenses and then had horrifying eye infections. So, you know, word of caution, I suppose.
Yeah, there's always a risk.
There sure is. And we'll talk about something in a minute that's like maybe a you know, no eye infection way to pseudo simulate having something cool going on your eyes. So basically I threw on that cotton in those sort of thin little twisted strips, and then I coated them in liquid latex to give some of that texture inside the wound. This is all gonna need to like dry now. Ellen, did you have another thing you were gonna say or ask? I thought I cut you off there, maybe.
No, not at all. No, that was it.
Cool. Cool. This is like a speed run through as much as I can get through in this amount of time. So the latex on our wax is dry, and I'm gonna, it's still really sticky because latex is sticky. So next step, always on anything sticky, is you want to set some powder on it so that it removes the shine, it removes the stick, and then you can work on it. So I just have some baby powder on my quote unquote palette, which is just an old margarine lid. Reduce, reuse, recycle. So I'm going to throw some powder on this whole area to seal it in. If you feel like shelling out a translucent powder is truly the dream to have for work like this, baby powder will knock your colors down a little bit, the vibrancy of them, but not too much. It's totally workable. Okay, and again, as I said earlier, special effects artists doing this kind of work, to get a really convincing skin tone, will often use an alcohol activated palette. And if this is like your life's dream and you really want to move in that direction, I highly recommend getting one of those, because then you can mix, you know, skin has layers. It's why you can see, you know, the shadow of a vein. It's why, you know, and then we have bruises and moles and all that kind of stuff. So you would mix up usually multiple layers of color and apply them in a wash to create a really convincing skin tone. We don't have the time or the money for that, so I'm using my foundation that I showed you earlier, just to blend the color of this into my skin tone. So if you have like an actor or a model or whatever who's sporting this type of wound, especially if it's on the face, you'll probably be giving them a full face of like non-gore makeup. So you would use the foundation, etc., and just give them like, you know, a day wear ready face of makeup, so that the foundation color blends in. I hadn't decided yet what exactly I was going to do with the blue and the green and stuff today, so I didn't do that. I just have a, you know, my natural skins there. And again, this is a dollar store paintbrush, so it's, you know, it's not the dream, but it's what we're working with today. So as you do something like this, you'll load your brush up with your paint color, your foundation color, and the bulk of it will come off in those first few brush strokes. And I'm going up to the edge and pulling away so that the bulk of that color is getting laid right on the edge of my wound. And as I pull away, it lessens. So it also lessens with every brush stroke. So by the time I get out to here, there's very little left on my brush, and I can just go ahead and sort of pat and stipple with that brush, and it'll fade the ever fading color into my natural skin tone. This is going to take a little while to dry. So I think we're going to have to like come back to this. So we will jump around a wee bit here. Maybe I'll just show you now. I made these disgusting pustules for a drag show a while ago, and I filled them with, I've never revealed what the substance was, but I filled them with a substance, and I had many of them all over my body. And so I did like a big cyst popping number, and it was horrifying. It was deeply troubling for my audience, and yet they couldn't look away. Okay, so now we're gonna come back to the gore piece in a minute, but I'm gonna start talking a little bit about illusion makeup. Yeah, cool. Make a plan, make a drawing. If you are doing illusion makeup and you're using, like for this example, I have like a teal color on my forehead. So sorry, I need to organize my thoughts here. Too many thoughts. So for me, when I'm thinking about illusion makeup, maybe it's because I'm a sculptor, but I think the most important part is think about what the physical reality of your desired object would be. So you can do that using a drawing. If you're really can't anticipate how shadows might fall, go to the dollar store and grab some Play-Doh, borrow some clay from somebody or some plasticine, and do just the quickest little sculpt, a little sculpt of the type of face shape that you want to create. And then I try and lay my highlights and my shadows in as if I'm just out on a casual, foggy Newfoundland day. There's not a spotlight hitting me that's making really dramatic shadows in any direction. It's just, if I was out and about in the ambient light, where would the shadows fall? In some cases, those shadows will be really subtle and really subdued. So you could look at any sort of YouTube, like day wear contouring that people who wear makeup do regular contouring on the cheeks, on the forehead, on the nose, on the chin. And you can use that as a guide. If you're doing something that has much bulkier, more protruding things, think about where the really severe moments are. You know, if we look, my nose is not coming out at a 90-degree angle, it's coming up at a 45. But if I went out in the sun, it would cast, you know, it would cast a little shadow there. There's a little shadow cast under my lips. The eyes are a good example. You have the eye socket, you have that big hole in your skull. So if I didn't have an eye, this is dangerous, isn't it? If I didn't have an eyeball here, this would be a big sunken cavity. And my brow bone would protrude a fair bit. And we see that here in the shadow underneath the brow bone. But the eyeball's in there and it bulges out. It's set in a cavity, it bulges out. So the tip of my eyelid is what catches the light. So try and think about the illusion you're trying to make as you're doing a picture of a sculpture, and what does that sculpture look like? So for this part, I'm thinking we'll go over the scales, and I'll really quickly try and do like an eye cavity. I want to do so many things.
Just to put your mind at ease too, that because we have scheduled an hour-long break, so you can go into that a little bit.
Oh, you should not have told me that, Ellie.
But,
Now we're in danger zone. If there's an hour-long break and people want to keep hanging out and like doing stuff, then I could do prosthetic application, whatever. Okay, that's cool. That's exciting.
yeah.
And
But right now we are at 10 to 12.
we're done. Technically, my thing is done already.
Yeah.
But my latex isn't even dry.
Well, you can keep going, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Go as long as you want.
I apologize, but I will put lots of tutorial information in the thingy, the Facebook event. I'm so sorry. Okay, so hot tip, pro tip. If you are not a painter and you don't have a painting background, your tools are your friends. I am making a scale, which is a U shape. So if I use a brush that has that same shape, then I can basically use the shape of the brush to do the sculpting for me. So I've loaded this guy up with white, and I'm just going to use it to create the shape of the scale. The scale is shiny, it will reflect light. So I'm using white as a highlight color. So I'm just gonna go ahead and throw some scales on. I'm reapplying white to my brush every time because it's setting into my mid-tone color, which is that blue. Okay, so we've got some basic scales. Doing illusion work is a lot about working back and forth. You'll lay in your midtones and your sort of basic highlights, and then you're gonna go back and forth between your highlight and your shadow. So I've created the basic shape of the scales. I'll get real up close and personal here. And then I've mixed up a couple of dark colors on my palette for the shadows. I'll take a little baby brush from my from the dollar store collection. And if these highlight edges are a little bit messy, don't need to worry too much about that because you're going to crisp them up using your shadow color. So I'm basically just tracing around the bottom edge with my dark color. I'm not going to do all of them because I'm already out of time. Ha ha ha. And then I'm going to take this guy and pull that color out into my mid-tone just a little bit. This is all stuff that if you don't, like have a painting background, are probably things you're going to want to practice in advance. So that's already created the highlight and the shadow in a really basic shape. If I was doing this makeup for real, I would spend a fair amount of time going back and forth between my highlights and my shadows. I would create the basic shapes with my cream makeup, and then I would set it with powders because they tend to get a more vibrant color. So now scales lay in rows. So I've created a bottom row and I'm going to work my way up. So the last row that I'll do will be the one that sits on the very top. But I'll go ahead and lay in more of those. I'm just going to do a couple real quick. Now I know that doesn't look like anything now, but we'll go back in with our dark color and trace those guys. We'll carve out that highlighted edge. And then I'll take, I'm wiping my brush off, wiping all the color off. You can use a napkin, I'm using my hand. And with a feather light touch, feather light, I'm pulling that shadow color down into the lighter color below it. This is again where you want to think about like sculpturally The scale probably has a little divot in the middle. I can use that to my advantage and pull the shadow color into the center so I can leave that edge highlight intact. So I would basically go ahead and continue that process for all of my scales. And that would be our first layer. Then if I have, you know, for example, I have this nice silver glittery eyeshadow that I really like. So I could go in, I'll use a different clean brush. I'm cheating a little bit. This is a makeup brush, but it's just what's clean next to me. And it's the same size. And I'll load my silver onto this brush, and then I will apply it over top of that highlight area. Serves two purposes. One, I'm adding glitter, which is nice, it's great. And two, it's setting the highlight in place. So now that there's powder over top of it, it shouldn't move. Of course, everything around it is still creamy, so it will move if I touch it, but your powder is what's gonna lock your cream color into place. The really easy way to do that is to take a little powder puff or a little sponge, throw your baby powder on it, and just puff, 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 pat, pat, pat over your cream. And that will dry that side out. So now I can touch it and nothing will move. This is your last step. Powdering is your last step. After that, you do not want to put any more cream color back on there. It will turn into mud. So after you powder, so typically I'll do all the cream stuff. I'll lay in this as a foundation. I'll set it with powder, and then I go back in with powder colors because they're where the real good pigment's going to come. So I'll use some purple and some teal real quick to just show you how much more intense that color can get. You can see it already right there in that little spot. So hot tip from me, avoid black as much as you can. The reason for that is that black is a color that absorbs all light. And so it doesn't give anything back to you when you're looking at it. Especially if it's a shiny, glistening thing you're going for, you're not going to get that with a pure black. It's going to absorb all the light and it's going to become really flat feeling. If I'm trying to create depth, a depth illusion, I always go for like, you can mix black in, but like super dark reddish browns. Throw some browns and reds in with your black and it will suck the space back. I find it doesn't work as well with cool tones. There's color theory science there, but we're not going to get into it. This is like almost dry. We're going to go back to this. I'm going to be using that little weird little wheel of colors that I have for, that I got from Spirit of Halloween. This is another place in your gore where you do not want to use black. There's not really any black inside the fleshy parts of the human thing just under the skin. So it's another way that you give away that your wound is fake is if you load it up with black, thinking that it's going to create a big hollow cavity. We're going to go in with a bright red. For the main gore, I'm trying to move really fast here now because I know that I'm really well past my time. But if anyone is out there and is like, hey, backslash, I want to know how to do this thing that you did that time, or give me more details on this or that, please reach out to me, because I love this stuff.
I'm really enjoying watching Sandy's face watch you. Right now, it's like, oh my God.
For why? Oh,
other people on the stream can't see that, but
so I laid it up. What was that, Sandy?
Well, I did. Yeah, it's so cool. Like there's just so much that people can do with this stuff. And like clearly you know, are very skilled at it and have put, you know, have, it takes a lot of practice to get that skilled. But I really am just like, it's amazing what people, just like what tools are available for the 48-hour challenge. Like it's just the possibilities seem endless to
There's
me.
so many possibilities.
Yeah.
So once you have your bright red on, it looks way brighter on the screen, by the way, than it does in real life. I'm gonna go in with the really rusty red and that darker purple to create some of the depth that we want in the wound, especially around the edges where there might be some shadow, and in between these two gristly bits, because that's probably a hole kind of into my cheek flesh, we can assume. So we'll add some of that darker purple in there. I'm leaving these high points because I'm imagining there's some sort of fatty tissue ligament that attached to my gills. And so we'll leave those and apply a little bit of like a yellowy, whitey pink to them. If you have a really dark brown, these are great places for really dark browns as well. On a fresh wound, there's a fresh skin tear, there's actually like no bruising. There's very little even color around the edge. So pay really close attention to the age of your wound. That will determine how much pink, red, brown, purple, yellow is going to go around the edge of your wound. I'm already out of time, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna assume this is super fresh. I've just torn them off. I'm gonna get a clean brush and go in with my yellow and white from my little palette from Spirit of Halloween. I also bought a white cream makeup from Spirit, that a grease paint that is way better than the white on here. The more time and effort you put into this part, the more convincing your wound is going to be. If you look, because I do stuff where I've been skinned. I like being skinned, I guess, in an effects sense. So I spend a lot of time looking at pictures of like the muscles of the face and neck so that I can do this part convincingly. I know I said, pay attention to what's there, da da da. I'm not doing that right now because I'm in a panic in rushing, but I would have like an anatomical drawing up of what actually is going on inside of the face under this area so that you can paint those little details convincingly. But I'm just gonna add some little bits. I could be using a smaller brush, for example. I could be doing a better job in general, but here we are. So any like little touches you want to add in there and like mottling, little spots and stuff. Look at actual face gristle and get a good sense of what might be in there. The more kind of texture you add in, the more horrifying it's going to be. And that's what we're going for, is horrifying. So really take your time on this if you can and finesse it. I'm obviously not doing that right now, but you get the sense that there is some gristly material under there. And then I would go ahead and I would throw some of this. This is just a Spirit of Halloween blood gel. It's very jelly and it's light and like translucent. So I'm applying that now, but you can still see some of that texture and stuff that I've created underneath. Think about how much your wound would actually bleed, and think about, you know, maybe it's fresh, but maybe you've had you've had a towel over it for a few minutes. Those kinds of things. Think about the narrative, where you're at in your narrative of your film, and of that scene. How long has somebody had the wound? Will they have been bleeding and tried to wipe it away? Do not recommend doing what I'm about to do with this. This is just from the dollar store and it has a lot of like pink pigment in it, but I'm gonna go ahead and dump some in here just so we have some blood running around. It's very liquidy. It definitely works if you want something that's gonna like pour blood. So I've poured some of that on there now. If you have a slightly better theatrical blood, which you can grab from probably from Spirit as well, then I would recommend put your blood on, let it dry for like a few minutes, let it get kind of crusty on your face, and then go back in with a makeup wipe or a wetted paper towel and wipe it away as though you've maybe held something up against the wound or you've been trying to clean it. That will give you some of that realism with the wound that you're looking for. I'm just gonna wipe this away because I'm gonna keep going. As you can see, it leaves a lot of just like an unconvincing red dye color when you do it with the dollar store stuff, so don't do it with the dollar store stuff. It's too bright red and it doesn't have enough of the brown in it to make it look really convincing. Super quick. If we're gonna do like a sunken eye illusion, I'll go in with usually a reddish brown color. As I said, I find reds, dark browns, and blacks really create the illusion of a recess, which is really nice. When you're doing the illusion work, as I said earlier, you really want to work back and forth between your highlights and your lowlights. So I can do, you know, this edge. If we want to make it a really severe overhang, the shadow right underneath the protrusion, this protruding brow bone, will be most intense right there. So I can be a little bit sloppy with this application because I can clean it up afterwards with my teal and my highlight color. One nice smooth brush stroke over the top will bring the clarity back to that line. So I'm just going to do the top part really just so super quick. This is somewhere where I will use a little bit of black, but not too much. This is where thinking sculpturally really helps. Think about exactly where the high and the low points would be for your shape you're trying to create. This is the purple that I got from that Spirit of Halloween palette. This part would be really set back in. If my eye's gonna bulge out, then I'll just stick to my natural eye shape where there's a, not gonna apply so much to the eyelid because that will be a high point that will catch the light. And then I'll take, I wonder how this would go with some black. I have this really great, super dark brown eyeshadow. It's from Sears. I'm so sorry. You will never be able to get it because Sears doesn't exist anymore. But it was so cheap and it's like such a rich, warm brown color. And I use it for this purpose all the time. So I would go in and add that as like my shadow color. And pull that into this whole area. We're not gonna get, you know, the whole shebang here today because I'm way over my time. And I mean, I think that's the real thing about it is that special effects makeup takes time. So it's really hard to do this much stuff. You know, normally a face like this would take hours. But anyways, so you'll basically work back and forth with your highlights and your lowlights to create, I'm going to use this guy. This is a brush from before with some of the white and some of the teal color on it. So I can like add a nice crisp edge. One of my like tricks of the trade is adding that slight, really thin highlight right along the edge of something that I want to protrude, because it really just pushes the top up and out and pushes whatever's underneath really far in. So I think there's a lot you can do with illusion makeup that allows you to avoid using prosthetics and building physically things that, especially if it's not going to be on screen that long, if you're not doing a wicked close-up, all those kinds of things. Just like the grind mind guys were saying, do as little as you can and get away with it. That's the hope and the dream. Super quick. Use stuff that you have lying around. Great hack, for example, for scary teeth is go buy some fake nails, fake fingernails, and then carve them the way you want them. I've got some here, and then you can apply these with a liquid latex thing, or you could use, you can use the wax again, depending on how much the mouth needs to move. You can't see it on the camera, but these are translucent, they're reflective, they're very convincing as scary teeth. I'm also doing a thing that's like, I want to do a skin peel. This is a revamp of a much older look that I did where the skin on my face is like a mask, but I want it to have a lacy edge. So I went to the dollar store, got some lace, coated it in liquid latex, and I'm making this prosthetic so that I will have skin lace over my eyes and it'll be gore all the way down. But again, this cost me like $2 and some time, not even that much time, to be honest. So try and be really inventive with materials. If you see something creepy like an alien or a monster, and they always have really great textures, find materials in the real world that look the way you want them to, but are cheap. You can use either latex or hot glue from a hot glue gun. If you lay a bunch of strings or pieces of yarn on a piece of waxed paper or on something that you can peel away, just lay the hot glue down over top, peel them up, and you have really gross stringy things that you can use for all kinds of monstrous looks. Be inventive, be creative, be resourceful. I have 1,000,001 more things I'd like to say, but I feel like I've taken up just too much time now. So
I have a couple questions and comments from the Facebook stream. Do you know anything that's good for sensitive skin?
Ooh,
or no?
I mean, I guess how sensitive, but my short answer is no. I would need to go and do some research, especially where I was like, the sad truth is that if you're doing, if you're trying to use really affordable stuff, you're not going to be able to get stuff that's going to be friendly to your skin. There are things you can do. There's like preps and primers you can buy if you're going to be using liquid latex that you can put on your skin before you put a liquid latex on, for example. But again, those are like more specialty products that you would have to order. I'm not even sure if Stage and Studio Supply would have that kind of stuff. But yeah, it would be very hard to do a good SFX on sensitive skin on a tight budget. That's, I think. I'm not an expert. I'm fortunate that I don't care about my skin and I do mean things to it all the time.
Another question from one from Nick Gushu. What would you say is the best way to make fake worms? He's asking for a cosplay.
Fake
worms.
Oh, how wriggly do they need to be? I guess it depends on.
No,
I guess it depends on how wiggly they need to be, because if you're doing a scenario where you have whatever that phobia is, where you have like holes and like maggots coming out, if you don't need your worms to be wiggly, you can get pretty inventive. You can use hot glue and make them that way. You can use, there's that God, I can't remember the name of it. It's cheap. If you get it at Michael's, it's like a foam, sculpting foam that you can use in paint. A lot of people use that for like worms and maggots and stuff in makeup. But if you need them to be wiggly, I would have to go and research. Another part of this, like not being a professionally taught special effects artist, is that if I have an idea and I don't know how to do it, I do sink a lot of time into like researching what other people have done. Wiggly worms. That's an exciting one.
He says just gross worms, kind of maggoty,
Gross
or a
worms.
trypophobia costume.
Whatever that phobia is that I don't know the name of and couldn't say. Totally. So if you're doing smaller ones, I would get, okay, this is gonna sound funny, but if you get like a plasticine, an oil-based like oil-based clay is really great. It's something that, do I have some handy? That I use all the time to make little things like that, where you'll take your bed of clay and you can use you can use the end of your little spatula tool, the end of a pencil, whatever, and carve a channel that is like the shape of the worm that you want to make. And then you can fill that with, again, like something like hot glue is nice because it has a certain amount of transparency, translucency. You can throw, you can do two and then glue them together, and then you can carve it afterwards. It's malleable, it's bendable. I use hot glue to make a lot of weird stuff. You can paint it after. You can use that that sculptable air dry foam, but then your paint job is going to be really important. But ultimately, after the fact, hot tip, anything that you want to be glistening and gross, go buy some KY and slather it on after the fact. And that's true for wounds too. In fact, even if you just use some Vaseline, anything like lubey is a great way to create gross stuff that like glistens. It's really the glistening, I think, that does it. Yeah, something like KY jelly or Vaseline will be your friend in creating that grossness. Actually, there's a great how-to on creating at least the maggots for that could be potentially transposed up to worms. So I'll find that and I'll put it in the Facebook event for you after, Nick.
And one more question, Carol Mullins. I've used Bednight Spirit Gum Remover, but it's still quite difficult to remove latex or scar wax at the end of a shoot. Do you have any tips or hacks for that?
Oh, the tips and the hacks. I mean, I scrape it off, and then I use I don't use the Spirit Remover. I have like it's Ben Nye still, but it's an adhesive remover oil, and I think it has served me better in the past than the Spirit Gum Remover. But when I was messing around this week, usually I try for like a product, and it's not the best for your skin, but like warm water and dish soap was what worked best for me this week. I didn't even go to my Ben Nye products. I was like, you know what? People are probably not going to be buying Ben Nye for this film challenge. And warm water and dish soap was amazing for me this week. I would try it. It's probably not great for all skin types. Probably not great to do, every single day. But it certainly has worked well for me.
I wonder if, because there's so much hand sanitizer these days, is hand sanitizer a way to remove? No. Never.
No.
Okay. I know on hands because I don't know, getting sticky hands that helps with that. But
yeah, I have found that that it it's just so harsh on. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at Elling and also not. It's so harsh on your skin and it dries your skin out like that. Like hand skin is a lot tougher than other sensitive parts like your arm or your face especially. So I wouldn't go in that direction. There's kind of two components to it. There's like the grease component, which something like super simple like dish soap works well, but for anything sticky, what you actually need to remove it is like an oil-based thing, which is why, you know, a product like the Ben Nye adhesive removal, it's like a thicker oil product. So the combination for me was like that plus the dish soap. Between the two, gets rid of the sticky and the greasy and hasn't hurt my skin too much. Also, if you're going to be doing liquid latex on various places, think about, if there are people still watching, think about, we don't think that we have hair everywhere, but we really do. There is baby fuzz all over your body. There are little areas where you don't actually really have much hair if you're not a hairy person, but if you're going to be doing a big sculpt, you're going to be doing a big thing with latex, definitely befriend your Elmer's glue stick. This is water soluble. It just washes away with soap and water. And or commit, if you're going to be in the makeup for a few shoots, like commit and shave the area. Because, I mean, maybe not on your head. If anybody in the world has better, like good hacks for doing latex over like hair, I would love to hear them. But yeah, I've made that mistake before of thinking like, there's no hair here. I can just throw a whole bunch of liquid latex all the way down my neck. But it turns out that it was the wrong call.
Kelly, thank you very much. That was very
My pleasure. I'm so sorry I didn't get through even like half of what I wanted to do today, but if you
got to do it, make it a series. We got to do this more often.
Do it more often. I'm going to, because there's so much more to do, I'm going to like probably hop onto like YouTube Live more frequently in the coming week or so, and do more of this stuff. So, so I will be there doing more of this, getting through more of the content I had hoped to get through today, even though I knew it was totally like a behemoth, unreasonable, unmanageable amount of stuff.
We like giving people unreasonable limits on time to make things. Yeah, so we'll share any of the links that you have that you want to share with us, and
cool.
Yeah, we'll continue.
Great.
Thanks again.
I'll be tuning in for the rest of today, so looking forward to it.
Coming up next at 1 p.m. is Adam Foran with spooky sounds, how to make your movie sound scary. Coming up at 1.
Yeah.
So we'll take a break for half an hour before then, but we'll be back.
Yeah.
The stream will continue. We'll just leave a little video looping, but we'll be back here at 1. See you guys.
So, screen share. How do I?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
So if I do this, it should do screen share. Oh boy, things I don't want. Anyway, do you see my screen?
I do. Yep. Spitfire audio. Excellent.
Cool. And if I play a note here, do you hear it?
No.
Okay.
That's
all
like
right.
an audio
There's something
routing
over here.
thing. I might.
Share computer sound. Okay, now I'll plus a note. You hear a creepy sound?
Nothing yet. No.
Oh dear. Okay, I'll just set it to piano so that it's like louder.
Yeah.
You're not hearing any piano.
No, nothing yet.
Okay, how do we do that? I've got share computer sound. Maybe
What-
there's something I can do with my actual audio interface. Back to mix.
Yeah. Loop back.
Any notes?
Nothing yet.
No? Oh
No.
God. How am I gonna do it? All right. The low-tech way would be for me to take my headphones off and turn the speakers on. Could try that. Here.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay, so if I play these notes,
We're
do
just getting the audio set.
you hear
Perfect.
piano?
Hear piano.
Is it reasonably loud? Can you hear it a bit or?
It's quite faint. It's
Okay.
about 20% what your voice is.
Right. Okay, so I know what to do. Just give me a sec. I'll set the zoom, call volume low, and the music volume high. I'll deafen myself with it. Yes?
Sounds good.
Okay, and now we're going to be using all these weird, long, drony sounds.
Right.
I want to see if it comes across at all.
So I'll turn off Zoom's automatic volume mic adjustment volume, like noise suppression.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so here's a big, loud, low note.
Try it
You
again.
hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, and if I
Cuts out whenever I speak, but
right, okay,
I can hear it.
And if I do this kind of thing where it's going to make the sound change, so it starts kind of low, then it grows. We'll see if that comes across.
It cut out for a second. I'm gonna see if there's anything. Oh, on your end, what you can do beside the microphone icon in Zoom, there's an up menu in audio settings.
Yeah.
Just go into audio there and disable background noise suppression. Oh, it's already off. Or suppress background noise. There's auto selected there.
Okay. Because we want everything to come across.
Yeah.
Microphone, speaker. Oh, man, oh man. Sure, there's a way to send the actual computer audio back. I'll just try one more thing, and if we can't get it, then we'll go with the way we're doing it.
Yeah. There is an app called Loopback that I've used. You set that as your computer interface or something, or I don't know. Yeah. It's like Soundflower used to be.
Okay, no, there is. Hold on, I know this. No. Bastards. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, it's DIY stuff. You know, we'll do it as best we can. And
Quick and dirty, fast and loose.
and seeing as when I'm doing the actual work here and showing sounds, you're not going to be like, you should have your mic muted so that if you cough or something, it doesn't cut off what I'm doing.
Totally. Yep.
And then, you know, pop in when there's question times or if you need to interrupt me or whatever.
Yep.
I tend to go on and on, but anyway, it's this complicated stuff that I'm going to try and kind of dumb down so that anyone with a laptop can just slap some stuff together for the movie, you know?
Sounds good. Sounds excellent. I'm excited about it. I think we're live now. We're streaming. So to everybody who's joined us on Facebook, hello, welcome. We are continuing our Ghoul School, our 48-hour horror challenge inspired horror filmmaking film school in a day. That's a mouthful. We're continuing on until 3 today, and we have 2 more workshops. One on shooting that will be with Shane Mills later on in the day, and now we have Adam Foran who's going to talk to you about making spooky sounds or making your movie terrifying through sound. Hey Adam, how's it going?
It's going very good. Thanks for having me here. They said they're doing a little school on movies, and I said, well, you know, the part that I usually add is the music, which can be a big complicated thing. And you know, I'm a musician and studied for years and can play music. But in horror movies, a lot of time you just have music that's pretty simple, and it's more sound design than music. You can get really long notes on a low, weird sound, punctuate that with little hits on something, scrapes on something else, and it gives you the scares you need. So I think for a 48-hour film challenge, you're not looking to have John Williams come in and make it huge. You're just looking to add some sounds that are going to scare people. So I figured I'd show you a bit of that.
Before you dive in, if anybody has any questions, just put them in the chat, and I'll bring them to Adam at a good whenever there's a good moment. Maybe you can check back. I'll disable my microphone until then, though.
Cool.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks, buddy. Yes. All right. So first, I'm going to show you how I do stuff in the real world using actual equipment that you don't have. But I'll just do that for like a minute, and then I'll switch over to screen sharing and show you how you can do stuff with just a mouse and keyboard and some free software. So, okay, I'm going to add an instrument and just play it. It defaults to a piano sound. So you can play music. Oh boy. But that's not what we're doing for a horror movie. We're going to have crazy sounds. Crazy sounds like this cello that's all scratchy. I don't know if you can hear that. I'll turn it up. You know, stuff like that. And you can have like really harsh sounds. You can have electric sounds. You can have real sounds. Like here's a choir that's pretty cool. But there I am playing music, right, on a keyboard. So if you don't know anything about how to play music, and if you don't maybe have a cool keyboard to do it with, well, you can still just do things with a keyboard and mouse and kind of like paint in what you want for your scene. You know, say you got a guy walking down the street and, oh, there's something spooky over there, and it's like starting to pick up some anticipation, and then maybe it's building to a chase, and that has a really obvious shape to it that just goes out like this, you know, and then there'd be maybe the big scare moment where it drops right back down to nothing. So all you got to do is find some sounds that suit the genre that you're in. You know, if it's sci-fi, there's kind of synthesized spacey sounds. If it's horror movie in the woods, then you got more, you know, real sounds, kind of cellos and scraping percussion and things like that. But you can get all this stuff for free, which like a year ago you couldn't. And there's this new software called Labs that's really wonderful. So I'll show you about that. So first I'm gonna try and remember how to do screen share. Screen share screen 1 and go. You guys can probably see my screen now. So we're using this software here called Reaper, which you can just download for free. They say you can use it for a month for free, but you can actually keep using it after that for free too. If you're just kind of messing around playing with it, just download it, use it for free. If you start using it professionally, then just buy a license for it. It's kind of on an honor system, as opposed to stuff like Pro Tools, which is like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of dollars just to get in the door. This is some free stuff that you can do all your audio work in. If you've used any video software, then this should be somewhat familiar. On the right side of the screen, where I'm shaking the mouse around, we got, you know, time, just time passes here. And on the left side, we can add tracks. And the tracks can have instruments on them. They can just be a microphone input. They can be all kinds of different things. So here we're going simple mode. We're going to go insert virtual instrument on new track. Virtual instrument is like a real instrument in the real world, except it's virtual. So here you see this software, Spitfire Audio Labs, which is a free thing that you can get, and it has all kinds of sounds that you can download. You want to definitely do this well ahead of your 48-hour challenge, because some of the files are really big to download, and then sure, you're just going to need a while to click around and look, see how it goes. So like, look, there's a piano there, and I can just play it with the mouse. So even if I don't have a real piano, I can add some notes like that. And up here, I open this, and it shows us all these different sounds that we can get. Trumpets, electric piano, choir. I want to start with textural pads, because this is great for horror stuff. Really simple, you know. So if I just play this note, it's like kind of Blade Runner. Maybe you'd use that for your futuristic horrors, whereas some of the other ones are more I hope the sound is coming across well, but anyway, that one is more like cellos and kind of real things. You can hear wood is involved, you know, it's not like machines and robots. So let's assume that we're doing a horror movie in the woods. That's probably about right. So that's all. I opened this track. I'll just show you again how I did that. I went right click in the track area, and there's all these options, right? We go insert virtual instrument on new track. And you won't have all these virtual instruments. This is me with all the stuff I've paid for. But over here is Labs, the free one. And I just hit add, and it did that. This is what the track looks like. There's some buttons here we can press. FX brings up our, you know, window there to play with. But what we're gonna do is just write some really basic music with the mouse. So this is something I'd never really tried until this morning, and it turns out it works great. What I did there, I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry guys. Okay. We need to insert a MIDI item. MIDI is just the computer language that talks to instruments. So I inserted a MIDI item, and it's this blank white thing. I can drag it around in time. I can stretch out the end of it to make it long or short. Someone's calling on the phone. Sorry, talk to you later. Okay. And anyway, when I click on this and open it up, it gives me a piano again. Now the piano's on the side because we can go in time and make notes here. I can make a long note, I can make a low note, I can make a high note. And you can hear the sound when it goes, you know, so I can zoom out here and see what we got. How high can we go? Oh, we can go really high, and we can go really low. So let's just say we got a scene, like I was saying. Buddy's walking down the street, and then things start to get scary and pick up a little bit, and then there's a chase, and then he falls down or realizes it was all a dream or whatever. So first we got our atmosphere. Holy cow. This low note, that's just going to ring on for a long time. And right now it's wild. You know, if I press it, it's like too loud. You know, that's wild, but I'll show you how you can control it a bit. So then that's the beginning there. Somewhere into the time here, he sees or hears something scary. Just a little one shot, and then a different one. So I'm just painting by numbers, right? Just high notes, short notes, long notes. Then the chase starts, and I think we can go like something mid-range, and then start thickening it up, like gravy. Nan's gravy. I'm gonna zoom in. Oops. Okay, I'll zoom in time. See, that made it all look a bit bigger. I can edit more closely. I'm just clicking and dragging, making notes. Okay. And that's going to sound crazy. So what we do to control the intensity of it is we look at this and, okay, I'll just say something. Reaper is super intimidating to look at because every time you click somewhere, there's these menus that just go on and on and on. Holy cow, what are you talking about? But so I'm going to write down some notes for you at the end of this as to just the kind of Nintendo cheat code to get you through it. You know, you really only need a couple of things on any of these menus. Here we need what's called the mod wheel. So on my real world keyboard, there's a wheel that I can push back and forth and it changes the intensity. But in our mouse and keyboard world, we set that to mod wheel and we can draw pretty pictures. And it's just intensity, right? It's a scale of intensity. So I do that. So now it should start off. I don't really know how this synth is going to react, but it should start off kind of light. And then those high scares will happen. And then when we get the chase, it'll get really intense with this part. So let's just press play and see what happens. It's crazy. It's crazy. I love it. I'm back in the main Reaper window here. And what I'll do is open up the labs again. And now that we've written some music, we can actually audition it on different sounds. The same as you would audition an actor, the same as you would audition a location. You can audition different sounds now that we've got some MIDI notes written in. See, those notes that we wrote are just information for the computer to turn on and off different sounds. So if I change it from, it was on this one called Cyclosa. Ooh, let's change it to this other one called, I mean, whatever. It's ridiculous. Press play. It's going to sound different now. Oh man, that one had a pulsing in it. If you can hear that, it's like doobu 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 doobu, and it seemed like it's synchronized. So when the high notes came in, they were going like bah, 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 which is really intense. It has again a bit of a Blade Runner feel. A lot of these probably will. So if you're trying to avoid Blade Runner, well then you'll avoid that sound. This next one is called Fowen. I have no idea what they're talking about. These are like maybe German words or something. What odds? Oh yeah. Oh my god, that one had like breathing in it, and like all kinds of cool stuff. Just try one more. Yeah, again, there's pulsing and things like that in there. So let's go through this a few times so that you can, I know I move a bit fast because I've done a lot of this. So I'll try and do a few of them, show you how you can put some different ones together. And then there's different instruments that are more like not these long notes, but are more for thumps and stuff like that. This is all working out okay there, Ellen? You hear everything okay and all that?
Sounds great. And yeah, it's like the last two were totally perfect for for the horror movie.
Awesome. All right, cool. So let's go through the process again. I've got this clip here, and you can see I can drag it around in time. So if I'm saying like, that's cool, I don't know what I'll do with it yet. Well, let's just put it over there. And then we'll leave this track alone and start up a new one. So again, I right click and add virtual instrument on new track. And it gives me my menu of instruments, which yours should just have one or two, and you want to look for labs. Lots of sounds in labs. So let's do maybe one more textural pad, because there's one I kept using that I really liked. What is it? Maybe this one. Yeah, this one's got little bells in it. There's a lot going on for one note. Check this out. Oh man, it's great for in the forest because it's just like there's leaves blowing by you in the sound, and there's these bells in the distance, like some I don't know, evil Buddhist monk is gonna jump out, and it's cool. It's cool. So again, we're gonna go to the beginning here. You can see that this track is selected, right? You can select different tracks like that; they light up. So this is the one that we just got, and we're gonna again say insert new MIDI item. I'll stretch it out to make it take up some amount of time, not a huge amount, maybe about that much. And then I'll double click on it to get into Piano Land where we can write our notes. And as soon as I click a note, I can hear it. So that's a low one. Let's not do the same thing this time. Let's have like some random medium twinklings at first. And then have like a bunch of low stuff that clusters. This really works. If you stack a bunch of notes like this, it gets so gross. So if you want to be gross, you know, that's what you do. Let's just see what that's doing. I'll hit rewind. You can see there's buttons down here to control the playback, right? Hit play. I don't know. It's pretty busy and flippy flappy. But let's see what happens when we draw our little mountain of control. So again, this is on mod wheel, which is the modulation wheel on a keyboard, but it's just controlling intensity as we go. So now. That was interesting. Where I did this cluster down low, and it has a repeating bell or something in the sound. You could hear that they're sounding off at different times. Anyway, that's something, but I think that's kind of garbage. So I'll try a different one now. I'll try like this long note. Stretch it out, and then just a few little tweaks up top. Something like that. Real simple. And draw a different curve like that. Get rid of these ones. See what we got. I mean, that's kind of cool. And then, seeing as we have two different things now, we could make kind of a longer scene by playing one then the other, or playing them together like this. Let's just try like so that they overlap a little bit. I can't remember what the first one was now. So that was cool. It made it so that the scene kind of transitioned partway through. Let's try some other ones that are different now. So again, I'll talk my way through it. We go insert virtual instrument on new track. Labs, super cool. Let's try. Well, over here you've got categories. So rather than scrolling through all of these, you can filter down with categories. We could try percussion, sleigh bells. I don't know about that. Handbells. See, there's a little play button next to this, so before I load a sound up, I can just check it, right? That ghost handbells was kind of neat. I don't know. Experimental. Ooh, this could be cool. I just got this one. Granular whale song. Come on. Okay, this could be fun. Let's try... Yes, bye. Doesn't sound like a whale, but it sounds like stuff from a horror movie, doesn't it? Oh, that's great. That's like your spaceship, and like the systems are shutting down, and you're drifting. Whereas if I play it up higher... Yeah, that could totally be a he's right around the corner kind of thing, you know? Or maybe if your bad guy is kind of a spirit or something, you know? Try a really high one. Oh, yeah. Oh, and if you play it up top, you're going to make people's ears bleed. But sometimes that's good. All right, let's try and make something out of this then. So again, I'll move these guys out of the way. This track is selected. I go insert new MIDI item. Drag it out a bit to make some time. Click in there and play a note. What if it was like slowly descending just by a little bit and then gets taken over by a low brow? Simple stuff. And then we'll draw our curve, just making it up. But if you kind of know the shape of your scene, you draw a curve that fits the shape of your scene. It's pretty cool. You can see as the time is moving along here, you can see that when the notes were done, there was still sound going for a while. That's because a lot of these are sounds that just ring a lot. So now we've got an arrangement of a scene that goes like that. So he starts with that thing, goes to that thing, goes to that thing. If I wanted, I could have some of it come back by copying it. So this stuff works the same as it does in like Microsoft Word or any other computer program, right? If you're dragging something, it moves. But if you hold Control and drag it, it copies it. I can even put these notes on a different track, and that would do something different, like, see? Or if it's on this track, it does that. Which is neat. Okay, so let's make an arrangement of the scene that goes like kind of that. And then we'll add some percussion, I suppose. Something that goes boop. What am I doing? Insert virtual instrument. Keep going back to labs for now. I can show you maybe one other different bit of sound software after, but it all gets a bit confusing, so maybe we'll just stick with this. What do we want to use? Sorry, I had something figured out before. Oh, there's a... Yeah, this one's cool. This is a percussion kit. So this is different than the synths. Like the synths that we were just using, you know, every note that you play is that same sound at a different pitch, more or less. Whereas this is different sounds on each note. Okay, that's a clap. I don't want that. Oh, that's cool. Spoons. Some metal clicks. And you see how if I play up on the note, it plays quiet. And then when I play down, it plays loud, right? Okay, that's a shaker. Anyway, these are sounds that like you can really tell what they are, and we want to make them a bit more wacky. So first thing I would do is make them lower. Up here we got a tune knob for tuning, like you tune your guitar. So let's just tune that way down and see what it does. Thump. Oh yeah, the spoon's falling. That's cool because it's like slow motion. That's cool. Let's make it even lower, super, super low. Too low, because then I can hear that it's like digital. Maybe here. Okay, that's cool. Now I want them to be not so close. So this labs thing has a few options. If I click in the middle of this fancy wheel, it gives me a few little things I can use here. So reverb is great. Reverb is like the sound of being inside a big church or something like that, or like an echoey canyon. So, all right, so now that's way farther away. I can see using this. And because we're in Reaper, you know, all I've shown you so far is how to add notes, but like Reaper is an audio editing and mixing software. It can do a lot of stuff. So we could even make this sound different with some plugins, stuff that's free that comes with Reaper. I'll just show you some of the simple ones. The best thing for horror is delay. Delay is like an actual echo. So now when I play the note, the thing will echo. Let's set it to have some feedback. I'll try and explain this stuff in a minute. It's weird. See if it works. Where was I? I was on this guy, right? Sorry, labs. Okay, so it's echoing. But it's echoing really far away. So let's say here's length. Let's make the length a lot shorter. Okay, well that's silly. That's too close. Somewhere a little bit more. That's cool. The feedback is the amount of times that you're going to hear the echo. So let's have less of that so it's not so obvious. Oh yeah, some real Michael Myers stuff going on here, right? And then this one's cool. This is the free software that comes with Reaper, so you'll have this. It's got a filter on it. A filter is like putting a blanket on the sound. So if I bring this one down, it'll cut out all the high frequencies in the echoes. So like each echo will be darker than the one before. Check it out. That's cool. You can do the opposite of that. This is the high pass filter, so I can cut out all the low frequencies. It'll get really tinny as it starts to echo now. Which, maybe a bit less. Yeah. Anyway, I liked it the other way. I liked it getting darker. Let's go with it getting darker. Oh, boy. Gonna close this and go back to our other process where we were writing in some notes. So I've still got this last track selected. Insert new MIDI item. Stretch it out to cover our whole piece of music. And try and find, yeah, so those notes are here. You'll notice if I play other notes, nothing happens. So only the ones that are kind of registered work, you know? I don't know if you can tell, but like I can see the other notes from the other synths kind of faintly in the background. If I click over here, it goes to the different tracks. Anyway, so let's just hit play and see what we got. I can't remember now. Okay, cool. So we'll add some of these thumps. First, we'll keep them pretty far apart because it's like, you know, don't want to overdo it. And then I really liked this sound. Yeah, on the note A, it's playing that. So let's have a bunch of those later. And then maybe do something that speeds up. So to do that, I'll like zoom in so I can edit better, right? And then maybe go like thump, thump, and then thump, thump, thump. And then click, click, click. Okay. For all the other instruments, we were drawing our curves, right? You remember these curves down on bottom? And that was controlling the intensity because those are long notes, and that's how you control the intensity. But with these short notes, there's a different thing called velocity, which is like how hard you play the note on the piano. So I go to this menu over here, which changes what's in the bottom box. And at the very top, we have velocity. And now I got these sticks, right? See these sticks? I can drag them up and down. And as you can imagine, at the top is if you hit the note really hard. At the bottom is if you didn't. So if there's none selected, I can just drag my mouse through it and still draw curves, right? Curves make things seem a bit more real, you know? You're not getting the same exact sound on every hit then. So that's it. Let's try and listen to our crazy piece. It's not music, it's sounds and stuff. Here we go. Okay. Hi. So
It's
that was
amazing.
cool.
It's amazing.
It's a load of fun, you know. You just like if you can get your head around where to click on the screen and how to get these different things to pop up, then you're really just dropping notes in and then playing with those intensity sliders, and magic starts to happen. You know. Anyway, is there any questions coming up there, Elling? Or
no, but I love your quote when you play it when you play it up high, you might make people's ears bleed, and sometimes that's good.
Yeah. We're making scary movies here, folks. You got to keep up with, you know, I mean, you just had a makeup tutorial and you're learning how to look scary, and then the guys are teaching you how to write scary, and so then you want to sound scary, and when the clown jumps out of the thing, it's like sound.
Yeah, the grind mind guys were saying that, like, you know, before a film goes to sound, like they're never quite sure, is this going to work? Is it good? Is it, what's going on? And then when, you know, it's like once that final piece is there, it's like that's what really like digs it in and makes it scary.
Yeah.
So like, even, you know, more so than the words that are written on a page sometimes.
Yeah. So I thought I'd change gears here a little bit. So that was all sounds that come straight out of the computer. So that means that somebody else, you know, made those sounds. In this case, it's Spitfire Audio in the UK. And, you know, they're a big company. They make like orchestral libraries that cost $1,000 that sound just like a real orchestra. Oh boy. And you really want to be, you know, a musician of sorts to get into spending that kind of money to make music with those sounds. But they just started making these free sounds. And I was showing you just a few of them. If you go onto their website, labs.spitfire.com, I'll put this in the notes for later. You can just listen through a bunch of sounds and like demo pieces that people have made. Certainly the pieces are made by musicians, but you can imagine how like the sounds that are in those pieces you could incorporate into your movie as a non-musical just wash of sound that, you know, it doesn't have to be in a certain key. It doesn't have to have a tempo. It can just be stuff that comes and goes. And what we just did was pretty much overkill too. I'm just showing you how to like combine a bunch of stuff. But like if you use those things kind of sparingly, I think they could be pretty effective too. Or not sparingly. I mean, I don't know what movie you're making, you know.
What's like this like a kind of technique you keep coming back to in horror movies specifically?
Let's see. The horror movies that I've done, well, there was one was you know, used a lot of synthesizers and was very modern, and then there was another one that was orchestral and set way back. So they're pretty different. I don't know, but in the modern one, like what you do with synths a lot is this thing called you change the filter, which is like I was saying before on the delays. The filter is like a blanket you put on top of the sound. So a synthesizer sounds like it's really gross, but you take a filter and tamp that down, and then you get and you can open and close that certain amounts. And just doing that little bit of turning, like you can see the keyboard over here, there's knobs and faders and stuff, and I turn those knobs a little bit while holding a couple notes, and it can open and close for like how close the bad guy is or how scared the protagonist is or anything like that. You know, other than that, I don't know if there's anything I come back to, because it's just different music for each one. I kind of come back to just doing what I was doing there of like insert instrument on new track, play a couple notes. I don't play them with the mouse and keyboard because I got this awesome gear here for doing that, but it's the same process otherwise. It's trial and error.
Do you do much? Do you rely on like software instruments a lot now, more than before, or like do you?
I've always used them a lot, but I find that if you're trying to make real music, like not kind of what we're doing here, but if you're trying to make real music with melodies and stuff like this, it is always best to have some real instruments there. So, well, I'll just give you a little quick tour here. There's some real instruments there, a weird real instrument there, a clarinet, you know, organ. Lots of guitars and stuff. So yeah, I use all that stuff as much as possible. Okay, sorry. Because when you're getting into writing actual orchestral music, you can kind of tell when it's all fake. It doesn't sound as lifelike.
Yeah.
The way I've heard it described is that samples will raise the hair on the back of your neck because they're recorded so well, but they'll never make you cry, you know? So it's like I always come back to the violin from Schindler's List, you know, and you got yeah, da, 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 da. And every time I get a new set of string sounds, I'll sit there and play that and not cry. And then I'll go and load up the recording.
That's your
cry,
test.
You know? Yeah. Because there's, you know, especially with something like a violin, there's just something to the real player, and you can feel them in the room there in front of the microphone. So microphones are cool, and you can do stuff with them. And I thought I'd show you some real world non-synthesized stuff. So let's see. I'll switch back and forth between screen share and real life here for a second. So screen share, we still got, this is our stuff from before. I just took all our music here and select it and drag it out of the way. And then I'll go down here and just insert new track. So here you actually have to learn a little bit about how to use the program, not too much. So this is our new track. I can call it stuff. By the way, it is good to be organized. So before, like, this was percussion, I could write that in. And, you know, this one was like had bells in it, so I'll write bells. This one was more whistly or airy, so airy. And that way I know what I'm doing when I look at things later. But anyway, down here is our new track, and we're going to use the microphone. So here I can set the input. In my case, I have a lot of inputs because I have, you know, hardware that does that, but you won't. If you even can put a mic in your computer, I don't know how it would work with a laptop right now. Maybe just plug a mic in and see what happens, or maybe there's an onboard mic. I press this button to arm it. See, it lights up red, and then you can see my voice on this meter. This is my voice. Okay, I'm gonna unarm these ones, and I'm gonna take out a bowl of dried chicken bones because I really just I love making Elling laugh. It kind of brings a lot of joy to my life. So, chicken bones in front of a microphone. I'm dropping them. Why can't I hold all these chicken bones? All right. See, it makes a lot of racket, you know? That's good. And what you can do with Reaper or with any sound program is, you know, have ways of modifying a real sound. So over here on the screen share. Oh, I forgot to stop screen share when I picked up the bones. I ruined the joke. Ah, dear. Okay, on screen share, we got all these plugins. These are different than the instrument plugins. These are things that modify your sound. So we're going to go with pitch. I'm going to change the pitch, because if you take any sound and make it lower, it sounds scary. And then on the track here, I want to hear this back as I go. So I right-click there and hit monitor input. Now check. Oh, yeah. So whatever sound I make in the room comes back as a Darth Vader voice. And now I'm going to stop screen share. And here I am with actual chicken bones. Okay, so let's just record some of that. Oh, look, a rock. Okay, that'll do. So, okay. I'll turn that off. It's so hard to talk in the room when that's happening. Excuse me. Okay. So we recorded that stuff, and it was insane. Let's just listen back to a little bit of it, see what it's doing. It's just hitting bones and scraping bones and stuff. Why do you have so many chicken bones, Adam? Because I'm hoping to work with the Grind Mine buys in a little bit, and we're doing something that I just thought chicken bones would be effective for. I'm gonna put them on a string. See? Okay, this thing is frozen. Okay, back to screen share.
I didn't want to ask, but yeah.
Now you know. Okay, so no, don't do things without showing them, Adam. Show them how you do it. Here's the thing I just recorded, all right? And you can see it's quite loud at times because I was really close to the mic. You can be farther from the mic, it'll sound different, stuff like that. But if we click on our FX button, there's our pitch shifter, re-pitch. And all I did on that was I brought the range down, way down to be low. Now I want to do more. I want a delay because as I said, that's great for horror. You get that Michael Myers kind of, you know? So here's a delay. Let's set the length in real time. You can set it in real time or musical time, but we're not making music, we're making stuff. So we'll set it to, like, I don't know, 200 milliseconds, see what that does. Feedback will make it echo again and again. Filter will make it put a blanket on each of those echoes. Okay, and now let's hit play and see what it does. It's too much. So less feedback. Maybe more time. So it's slower. Okay. All right, that is crazy. Now, because it got so loud at certain times and not very loud at other times, maybe I want to even that out. We use a thing called a compressor. If you can imagine, like it just, you know, compresses the sound. So watch this. When it's playing, you can see it moving here. If I drag this thing down, this is like the ceiling. I'm lowering the ceiling. And so now whenever it goes past the ceiling, it'll compress it by this much, however much I set on this guy, ratio. I know this is a lot to remember, guys. Here you can see the red thing is how much is working, turning it down. So that'll prevent it from getting too loud. Now let's make it far away with some reverb. Think reverb, it reverberates. I've got a huge list of different real rooms. I think this might come with 1 or 2 of them, so you'll be able to start at least. Let's try the Redeemer. That's a big cathedral. Let's try this in a cathedral. Crazy, crazy. Another standard thing, I just keep going back to add. Like I'm just going to keep adding effects here so we can modify our sound. EQ is an equalizer. It equalizes the sounds, the low sounds versus the high sounds. Some sounds might have too much bass, and so you can bring that down. Some sounds maybe you want to get more of the high airy bits. So let's just hit play and then adjust as we go. Let's try a little bit of extra high. Let's get out here. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter on this one. I'm not hearing a difference. That's kind of what we do. You know, if you feel like it's too bassy, then you can use that to turn the bass down, right? This is bass. This is treble. What else could we give this thing? Is there something that makes it like spin around? Auto pan or something like that. I don't know. We could draw pan in. Watch this. So here's the track controls here. This is volume. This knob. When I move it, it says volume, and you can see what you're doing. Over here, there's pan. It's a bit lame that they don't tell you what it is, so you got to just click around a bit until you find what you want. Pan means like left and right, you know? So here I'll hit play. Go left. Then go right. That's neat. So if we want to save that, if we want to make that a move, it's just like the hills and valleys that we were making in our non-musical bits. So what I would do is right-click on this thing. Oh, it's all mystery meat here, right? And right-click on this thing that has at the bottom all these different modes that it can work in. So if I set it to touch mode, then it waits for me to touch any of these controls. You can see the controls lit up yellow. And watch what happens. It's drawing a line as I move this controller. So I'm able to just move it left and right. You know, so that's wild. And now if I don't want it to be like that anymore, I'd right click here and go back to read mode. So now when we play it, it'll automatically do that left and right that I just recorded. So let's take our music that we got, drag that back, and this can all play together. Maybe we want the sounds we recorded here to be spread out across that whole piece of music. Good idea, Adam. So let's like go here and hit S for split, whoosh, and it split it. And I can move this part now. And then hit S for split, and move that part. So this is just like editing your video bits, you know? You cut your clip and you drag it around. I can stretch out the beginning and that other information is still there. So again, it's just like slip editing video. Hopefully that's a familiar process for you guys. So there we go. So now we've got random bits of the bones and my funny voice and stuff coming in throughout the music. Though I know that when I hit play, this is going to be just so loud, too loud. So why don't we control some of the volumes? Each of these knobs is the volume. You know, so I remember this one being loud. I'm just going to bring that one down a bit. And then maybe like, see when I stretch these tracks out, more controls kind of appear there. You can even do that and get more space. So maybe I want these to not all be in the same space. If I make one of these synth pads go left and another one go a bit right, then that'll make everything a bit easier to hear because they won't be coming out of the same speakers so much. So I don't know what we got. I have no idea. Let's hit play and listen to our horror music. Okay, it's being pretty cool. I think the first step we can do is if I select all of these tracks, you know how to do this in Microsoft Word or any other computer program. If you hold Shift when you go from one thing to another, see it selects them in a row. If you hold Control, it selects them, adds them to the selection one at a time, right? So if I want everything, I click the first track, then hold Shift and click the last track. I got them all. And now any change I make applies to them all. So I right-click in here and get to touch mode again. And then unselect them so they don't all move together. But now see that they all went yellow. And that means that if I play this thing back and start adjusting knobs as we go, it'll remember all those changes. So check this out. Oh, that's too loud there. Bring that. All right. Anyway, cool. So I didn't do a whole lot. It looks like up here there's a green line because I moved the volume. Here's an orange line because I moved the pan. I moved the volume on this one. Oh, sadly, the beautiful pan information I wrote in on this track before got overwritten with just 0 then. Well, that shouldn't have happened. But anyway, it did. So sad. What I can do is if I hold down Control, then my thing turns into a pencil. And I can just going left and right. So now we don't want everything to get overwritten. So we select all these tracks and set them back to read. All right. If you don't remember all that stuff, I mean, that's just a finishing touch kind of thing, you know? But now when we play it back, it would have all that mixing information put into it, you know? I'll show you my face again. Hi. Hi. Whew. That all making sense? Have I lost everyone? How we doing?
Makes sense to me. I'm eating a chip, so I'm making my own sounds. Yeah, no, it sounds great. And the extra little bits, the tips on having it remember the adjustments is a interesting. Like that seems like it was really powerful.
Extremely. And that's how I do everything. So when I'm using orchestral instruments, you know, there's a controller that sets like the cello playing softly to the cello playing loud, the cello playing with a straight tone as opposed to, you know, doing the vibrato on the string. And you know, then how is it moving from one note to the next? Is it sliding up the cello or is it just putting down another finger? All of that is controlled by how you play it from the keyboard and how much you adjust these different things here. And then when it plays back, it remembers all that stuff. So it goes from being just static, you know, sounds to being expressive music, or in this case, expressive drones and stuff, which, you know, Bjork says everything is music, so maybe it is music.
Nick Gushu mentioned that the from the Friday the 13th is distortion of the lines "kill them, mommy." Oh my gosh.
Cool. It could be. But yeah, if you did a delay, a repeating delay, and then just say something into a microphone and go like, it'll come back in that echoey way, you know? So any sound, I had the bones here just as a silly example, you know, but like anything like a musical instrument, you know, I mean, sometimes I'll take the clarinet because I'm not very good at the clarinet, but just like put that through a bunch of effects and play 1 or 2 notes on it. And it's super creepy, you know?
Man.
So any sound that you can make, get your friend over that has a violin and get them to like turn the bow over. Oh, look, a bow. Get them to turn the bow over. So instead of playing normal, get them to turn it over like this. And it's called collegno, which means on the wood. and they go against the strings, and it sounds super creepy. Oh look, viola. Let's try this thing. Like stuff that's on a musical instrument but is non-musical, you know? You know, and the shrieks and stuff. If I hold this thing like a cello, I can make it kind of wail. You know, like a squeaky door, or like really stuff like that. And put that through effects on the computer, the reverb, the delay, a pitch shifter, and you know, it's just, it adds all this tension to the film. You know,
The delay is magic. It's just like, you know, replicating the same sound over and over. It's really has a strange effect on you know?
Well, and especially since I guess a lot of the scenes would be, you know, if you got like kind of slow scenes, a lot of horror movies have someone like creeping around, you know, they're gonna go into the basement, and we all know they shouldn't, and it's gonna take like a minute. So the music for those isn't usually like dun da da dun da dun da da. It's more like just growing into something else, you know. I like singing really low. I have a low voice anyway, and I'm just getting over a cold now. So if I sing really low, it's like not quite Tibetan throat singing, but it's that kind of thing, you know. And you're just gonna be like, excuse me for a minute, you know. And that's in Blade Runner, and that's in like a lot of other movies where they're trying to evoke this, you know, natural terror, right? Anything that's real. Take two pieces of wood, take some 2x4s, and slam them together. And that's a real sound, and it gives you real scares, you know. It's good things.
I know a guy who does tooth and throat singing in town.
Oh yeah.
Doug Lehman. He's been practicing a lot recently and making Newfoundland themed tooth and throat singing.
That's amazing.
Pretty amazing.
Mine is more like closer to the Norwegian death metal type of.
Sure.
Which
is even more scary. I mean, like that's
yeah. And without, I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to about grindmine stuff, but just, you know, there's one thing I'm working on for them that has a bit of that sound to it, some kind of pagan ritualistic stuff with low sound like this. And then you can take that and in the computer make it even lower, so it sounds like it's not really a human, it's a monster. You can give it the reverb so that it's far away. You can use the EQ to damp down the sound if you want it to be less present, stuff like that. And just multi-tracking things in front of a microphone is great. But so I should say, yeah, if you don't have any way of plugging a microphone into your computer, maybe you don't even have a nice microphone. I don't know. You're out filming a movie. I assume you have some kind of mic on your camera. So you could just do practical stuff in front of your camera. Get your chicken bones, dry them out real good, bleach them in the sun, and scrape them together. Any sound that you want to make. Sorry, I'm being foolish. Any sound that you want to make, just make it in front of that mic, record it that way, bring it into Reaper, and then start adding those effects and see if it does something that's a bit ethereal and a bit, you know, giving you what you want.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you prepared your chicken bones. So
Yeah.
you bleached them in the sun.
That's right. They're going to be tied on to, like, they'll be tied with some strings, and I can jingle them a bit more freely, you know, and like hit them off of things and stuff like that.
Oh my God.
Where did you come up with that idea? Like, I would never
don't
think of
know.
it. No.
I don't know.
Do you have
I
any
was
other
reading their
weird
script.
ones?
It's a grindmine script that I was reading, which I'll say nothing about. Nothing. But it just made me think that maybe some chicken bones, some sticks, some rocks, and things like that would help. Oh, Shane Mills is connecting.
He heard you
What up,
talking
Shane
about
Mills? Yeah, his ears were burning. Buddy,
Oh, weird. Hey, bud.
we having fun?
Oh, yeah, man. Typical doing everything last minute grindmine
Okay.
fashion. How about you?
Oh, good. Yeah, we're just getting to the end of the music thing here. I'm wondering if there's anything else I could go back and, you know what we should do? We got 10 minutes left. If you
Yeah.
guys want, I'll go back and do all that again and just write a whole nother piece just to take you through those processes again. Because I do realize that is a steep learning curve with the software, and you're just watching me click. So
Yeah,
you think
that's always
useful?
useful.
Just do it again.
Yeah,
Do it
always
again.
useful.
All right, so we'll go back to our screen share. And okay, screen share. So here's our piece of music, and I'm gonna do my terrifying composers. Select all tracks. Hit delete. Yes. Boom. All our work is gone. I didn't save it because that's not what this is about today. So, okay, this is Reaper. He opens it up. It looks pretty much like this. You won't see these things on the left. That's custom stuff that I use because I'm a big nerd. All you got to do is right click and go insert virtual instrument. You will have at this point already downloaded Labs, which might take you a while to download. Lots of big sounds in there. You just open up the menu on Labs and start picking out some sounds. I think this time we'll go semi-musical, but I'm going to show you that you can still paint by numbers and do semi-musical things. So here's a cello. Right? And because it's part of the Frozen Strings collection, it's meant to sound like they did this for what they call Scandi movies, which is like, you know, those Norwegian crime dramas and stuff like that. But it'll work great for horror. So it's a bit raw for cello, right? It's not how you normally play it. So now we go insert MIDI item, and that gives us our blank slate to work in. We double click on it, and it takes us to Piano Town. I got notes. Now here's a great trick I just remembered. If you don't know music, but you want to paint by numbers music, we got this thing here called Key Snap. And that just blanked out all the black notes on the piano, so I can't use them now. So this is playing on easy mode, you know? And if we just make, I'll tell you that your bottom note should be D or A, and that will make it dark and minor. If you make your bottom note C, it'll be happy. But anyway, so I've made it so I can't use any black notes, and I'm just painting by numbers now, just whatever our scene might be. I'd be much more thoughtful when I have an actual scene in front of me, of course, but I'm just adding notes. I'm not even really looking at what they are. Not trying to make major, minor chords, not trying to play real music. Let's go like, and sometimes the mouse kind of misses and I'm not even correcting it. I'm just letting it go. And then we're going to finish with a real low, our lowest C. This is beautiful. What have we got? Like a little pyramid of music, you know? And then, of course, we go down here to where our controls are. And we set
Getting
it
a
to
real Bob
modular.
Ross feel from this.
It is, yeah. Yeah, a pretty little, happy little cloud here. And I'm just going to make a straight mountain on this. Or no, I'm not. I never do. I'm going to paint the intensity of the scene. All right? So around here is where the chase happens, and that's why we got a little melody. I don't know what the scene's about. Anyway, let's see what we got. So that's kind of neat. It's just some strings and stuff. And we'll just go ahead and add some more instruments. So insert virtual instrument on new track. It's always going to be Labs for now. There was some other stuff I thought I might show you, but it's too complicated. We just want to do simple stuff for you. I don't know, harmonic cello. What's that do? Okay, it's very squealy. Very, very squealy. Awesome. So insert new MIDI item, drag it out to fit the same amount of time. Click in there. I can see the background notes on the other track, and that'll help me to know where to do stuff. I just want a high squeal, like at the intense part. So now I'll play that. And like always, I'll give that squeal. See, that squeal is just in this area, so I'll give that a little mountain so that it doesn't come in loud, but it gets loud. And then usually string notes fade out as they go. It's just how string players tend to play things. So if we want it to be realistic, we're usually making mountains like that. Good enough. So now we're going to add some percussion of some kind. I think there's more than what I showed you before. Oh, this is a cool modular pianos. Tank piano, I think, is a bit percussive. So it's a piano that was recorded and then fed through a bunch of synthesizer stuff. This guy Christian Henson in Scotland does that. He's a very cool composer. So again, I did the same thing there. Sorry, I should keep talking through it. I can go and insert new MIDI item, drag it out to take as much time as we want. Double click it in there. You can see the old stuff in the background. I'm gonna just add a few percussive notes, and then maybe have some fast slow ones at the end. On this list, I can change it between the only two things we use are mod wheel or velocity, because again, we're playing on easy mode here today. So let's change these so that they get louder, and then the last two are not as loud. And that, my friends, is it. That's a piece of music. We're going to... That's it. We're just going to play it because we're out of time. Very scary. You know? So that's pretty much how she goes. And you know, if I'm working on a movie, of course, it's usually at a picture lock, and I'm not doing it in 48 hours. And I can bring the video in, and it sits in Reaper on that same timeline as the music. So I can always go back and look at it frame by frame of like, well, this happens right there, so let's put a jump scare perfectly on that spot. Here you can just make stuff kind of loosely because you're doing your movie pretty loosely, I imagine, and then just export stuff out of Reaper, and it'll be a WAV file then that you can bring into your video editing software and stretch it around, move it so that the hit lines up at the right time. I didn't show you how to export it. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. I could show you how to export it. Boom, we're back on my screen. So it's as simple as you would think. File, render, which is very video kind of word. Hey, bye. But now this window pops up and like, holy cow, Reaper, could you just, it's very complicated, you know? So, but you can just kind of read each of these. You should look closely at what you're doing here when you start. Or do we want to export the entire project or just a time selection? In this case, entire project. Here I would choose where it goes. There's a folder I'm using. I could give it a name, you know, nickel, if I even spelled that right. Full speed offline means that you're not gonna hear it as it's exporting. I actually recommend you use the online render and just listen back to it. So check this out. I'll hit render. You'll see it making the WAV file, and it'll play back that music, and then we'll be done. Oh, I hope so. Or it'll just freeze up the computer. You know, you never know.
Oh, looks like we lost your audio there. I can't hear you. So I'm not going crazy, and I don't hear any sound. Is it no one else does?
No, I can't.
Okay, all right. Yeah, his audio interface probably bugged out.
Yeah,
He was doing too much at once, but he's obviously working that. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's toast. So long and thanks for all the fish. That's what he says. Good way to end it always. He's restarting probably. We're burning his computer. But that's great. Thanks, Adam, for that. That was really really interesting to always interesting to see how people's process, like how people, like even if you do it for years yourself, like I produce music, and it's always fun to watch someone else do it, and they always do it differently than how you do it. So yeah, up now it's 2:00. Amazing. We got one more session here. And Sandy, can you introduce the next participant?
Yeah, we got Shane Mills back from Grindmind. He's going to talk about like how to shoot your film. Now we've had some writing workshops, makeup, special effects, and then just sound with Adam. And so now we gotta figure out how to actually shoot it. And yeah, Shane, you can take it away.
Awesome. All right, thank you guys so much. So I will start off by saying just a little bit about myself. I direct, shoot, and edit with our production company, Grindmind. We're a crew of friends who've been making DIY, low-budget horror for the last 3 years. We started with no experience, but committed to learn filmmaking by filmmaking. We're like 30-ish films in now, and we're starting to figure it out just a little bit. One of our very first attempts actually was this month in 2017. We participated in the Nickel 48-hour challenge, and we made a flick called Retracer. It was one of the very first things we've ever filmed. We learned a lot from that experience, but we also did win the Audience Choice Award that year, and we've been pretty much chasing that feeling of approval ever since. So yeah, I've got a lot of love for the 48-hour challenge because it really did launch us in a lot of ways. The principles that are sort of in place on those challenges also formed our mission. You have little time, little resources, but you have to make something no matter what. It's a challenge, but you learn so much when you're stuck in confines. And basically, our entry last year, 2018, a year between that and that, it just got picked up for Troma's streaming service. Troma is one of the oldest independent film studios in North America. And, the point is that anybody can actually do that, can do this. And that's sort of really important to us to just stress. So what I'm going to do for our session is, I gave everyone a heads up right off the bat. I'm not much of a gearhead. I'm not going to get really into lenses and all these really specific parts, but I'm going to basically bring you through our process and sort of skew that to the 48-hour challenge. I have a very hastily put together PowerPoint keynote. I'm a graphic designer in a previous life, so this pained me a little bit. So I'll share my screen for just a second. Boom. Cool. So that is my nice entry slide. Horror has always thrived for DIY and low budget efforts. Dollars don't mean scares in this genre. Some of the most terrifying things are what we can't see and are incredibly low tech. One of my favorite examples of this is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Despite the name, it's really not that gory. Most of the violence is off screen or cleverly cut away. And that was a lot to do with budget and just trying to get within a certain MPAA rating at the time. Another great one is the Blair Witch Project. I mentioned this in our earlier session, but Blair Witch was made on like 10K. It's mostly filmed with a camcorder, and it's mostly pointing up somebody's nose and just a lot of frantic, running through the woods. Super low tech, very little gear, very little anything, but very effective, and in a big way really inspired the found footage genre to take off shortly afterwards. So what I'm really going to do is attempt to just go through our process for shooting fast and cheap. Everything I say is from my own experience, so take that with your a grain of salt. And yeah, let's get to it. So you've got your line, your prop. Those are the two challenging parts of the 48-hour challenge, the things that you'll get right at the start time. The very first thing that we do is gather our friends. Your friends are your crew, your friends are your cast. When you're doing a 48-hour flick with no money, the best thing about it is it's a weekend, it's spooky season. Your friends are probably watching spooky movies at home, so it's a great time to ask them to help you make a spooky movie. In our experience, and we've called in probably about $1 million worth of friend favors at this point. Most people are down to make a movie for a laugh. You know, it's a good time. You get to hang out, throw blood at each other. What else are you doing that's better than that on a Saturday night? One thing that I would want to just sort of get into is casting your friends as actors and crew. Actors specifically, it's 48 hours. Nobody is looking for an Oscar-worthy performance. Your friends make TikTok videos, or if they were in a high school play, they're camera ready. They're good to go. That's pretty much our bare requirements. One thing I would like to sort of just lean on a little bit is we like really do get by with a little help from our friends. So make sure you get snacks, get appropriate beverages for your age, and make sure you're keeping people comfortable. A lot of things are going to go wrong, and their time is in your hands as you try to figure it out. The kind of overlaying theme is be grateful, be respectful, keep everybody safe, and make a movie. As long as you can sort of bring all those things together, you should be able to shoot with your friends and not hate each other at the end of it. The next thing is basically, so once you've got your crew gathered together, everybody's in it to win it. They all know you're on a deadline. They all know this isn't going to be perfect, but they're stoked to get involved and do it. It's time to prep. The very first thing I do is take a script and turn it into a storyboard. What you can see here is like page 1 or 2 of the storyboard. It gets way shittier really quickly after about this point. I will also copy and paste like a ma. Like if I just need somebody shrugging, I know where to find that dude shrugging, and I'm going to use that every single time. It's been in multiple storyboards. But a lot of people might break this down into shot lists or something like that. But me personally, I'm a very visual person.
You could use exclusively memes in each one.
Exactly. You could go through memes the entire way, but I'm a visual person, so I really need to see it to understand what I'm putting together. It really helps me in a time crunch to be able to just like cross off what's done, what's not. And basically, as long as you have a shot list or you have a storyboard, you're playing the game of time, and being organized with what you're trying to get on screen will give you an idea of how long it's going to take. And you can then start organizing your shots with as little setup and tear down as possible. One of the things is we don't usually shoot chronologically because of the time restrictions that we're in. We'll usually sort our shots right off the bat by wides, mediums, tights, and point of view. I'll get into those a little bit later, but these like simple categories pretty much cover the basics. And if you can get your wides done without having to move your camera, or if it's on a tripod, have to take it off a camera. If you can get those done without, and you can, jump chronologically a little bit, you're saving yourself a bunch of teardown time for actually having to set up your gear. And when you get to the edits, when you get to the editing stage, you'll know that your wide looks like your wide, and it'll be like minimal things that you'll have to really keep an eye on. There is a downside to that. Shooting non-chronologically means, what happens at the beginning of that wide versus what happens at the end, you sort of got to keep an eye on. I know for us, I was talking about Hag earlier, but Hag, we have this wide that's really just establishing the scene. There's a guy in an armchair, and one of the aspects is there's a clock, and the time really matters. The time is told through a series of tights and mediums afterwards, but in my wide, I wanted to make sure the clock actually made sense. That was a real pain. Like it involved a lot of math and really keeping an eye on it. And I got into this to make pretty pictures, not so much be moving the clock hand. So there are downsides to shooting non-chronologically, but in 48 hours, it's way more worth just to save your time and just deal with it. If it's not perfect, if something doesn't make sense, nothing makes sense in 48 hours. Where am I next? Right, and the other thing during prep, when everybody else gets on set, your camera and your lights, you guys should be setting up your shot, but everybody else can have, it's a good time to run lines. If you have special effects, it's also very much so worth taking your time to test out how it's going to work. Taking the time to test special effects is huge before it's do or die time, because we have stained many ceilings, many couches with blood sprays that have not gone exactly to plan. Like we've been banned from all of our own homes several times from shooting. Like it's the one thing that is definitely going to make a mess and go wrong. So if you have time in your prep to test and try and like make sure it's going to be as clean as possible, that's a good time to do it. Any questions so far? Because I have a tendency to sort of train
No,
right
but
through, but
how do you cover like an entire room to make it bloodproof?
well, drop sheets are actually a huge thing. Drop sheets, giant plastic sheets you'd buy for painting. We have those on stock. There's some unfortunate shots where you can see it in our earlier work pretty easily, but yeah, invest in drop sheets, invest in garbage bags, invest in all those things to try and keep your location clean. Because again, if you're not shooting chronologically and now there's blood on the wall, you have to explain that blood at some point. So yeah, the prep time is like, so vital, and you don't have a lot of it. You pretty much got to move real fast. So prep time is what I call waiting for everybody to get to wherever we're shooting. That's when I'll rip a storyboard from the script that we just developed. That's when I'll try and get everybody to start running their lines. Yeah, and we'll move from there. And basically, it's kind of like the one little moment of peace before everything gets crazy. Is everybody get their cookie, everybody get something to drink, and just get ready to go. Yeah, I'm gonna exit screen sharing right now, and I'm gonna move into gear. Like I said earlier, I'm not a gearhead. I think one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people make when they get into filmmaking is just blowing all their money on the latest and greatest off the bat. Like you don't even know how to use it, but and listen, I have been a victim of this my entire life. I think the best route is just to start with what you have, learn to use it to the best of its capabilities, and then upgrade down the line once you started developing your own style. Because the more you shoot, the more you're going to realize sort of what you shoot well and how you shoot well. And you're going to start realizing that you don't need a lot of what you thought you may have needed, or you're going to start realizing, I personally, I have a really like run and gun style of shooting. Everything that we try and do is always on a time limit. It's always our friends helping us out. We want to get them home at a specific time. So like, you'll learn what you need and what you don't to make an effective film. We started out with very minimal gear. I borrowed a camera from my workplace for like the first month of Grind Minds. Then I saved up my cash for a camera. I ordered it off eBay. I got a box of expired candy from Russia in my first attempt. So be wary of any deal that's actually too good. PayPal was really great. I got that all sorted. But yeah, I waited a long time for a box of expired Russian candy. I did end up getting my camera at an auction through a place in Halifax. So keep an eye on deals. You can definitely set it up. Just to go through what I generally use, we have shot everything with one camera and one lens. Like we're at 30-ish films. Everything has been on this. This is my workhorse. It's a Sony A7S II. I chose that very specifically for what we're doing because it shoots in 4K, but it also shoots in incredibly low light. Most DSLRs have issues with shooting in low light. I knew that we weren't going to be able to afford big lights right off the bat. So, and horror, you're just generally dealing with a lot of darkness anyway. So that's why I chose this camera. There are a lot of other alternatives if you are looking into actually purchasing a DSLR. But I mean, this is so small, right? Like the times that you had to have a giant over your shoulder camera to make a film are just like not there now. It's getting easier and easier. The lens I have is a 24-70 Zeiss It's really good glass. Again, I invested heavily in one good lens to get through the next 3 years. It's 24-70, so I can get a decent wide, I can get a good medium, and I can get a great tight. It's an f4 stop, so I still have managed to get pretty decent creamy backgrounds. Again, I'm not getting too much into the tech side of that because I just use this. I don't even use half of the features of this. I use it to the extent of my capabilities and what I know works well when I use it. The other two bits that really come with my kit, I use a Rode shotgun mic. This is really handy because it's just on my camera. Generally, my camera is where the shot is, so I'm catching sound at that point. And lastly, I use a GoPro, sparingly, but here and there for my point of view shots, because it's just way easier to get, beneath the killer's mask or wherever you need to go. A lot of people have these. If you got any friends that are into skating or biking or anything like that, probably got one you can borrow. And this is a 7, but oh man, you can get cheap knockoffs that work really well. Like I used a Faux Pro is what I called it for at least the first year of GarageMon, and that was just something I ordered off Amazon for $90, I think it was, and it did a decent job. This one's better, but the whole point is we've been doing this for 3 years, so we've started investing more in our gear. I think lighting can probably be the most tricky part, because lighting is expensive, but it doesn't have to be. You can use flashlights, lamps, your sunlight, Christmas lights, light through your window, the light on your phone. And that sort of brings me to my point in all of this, is you don't need any of these things. I would do a cool throw this over my shoulder and whatever, but we can't afford that at all. So this, man, this is a dream in 2020. Everything that I just told you about here, this phone can pretty much do. I don't think anybody has a barrier to filmmaking at this point because of gear. There are feature films that are being shot on iPhones that look better than anything I'll ever friggin' make. It's really about how you use it. I just honestly, I suggest if you can't get a camera, if you can't get a DSLR, you can't get a GoPro, you can't get a fancy mic, even the mic on this is fairly capable. You can do a pretty good job getting this. Use what you have, start with a phone. And again, when it comes to lighting, use what you have again in your surroundings. So much of what we've done has been powered by street light or lamp or all of these things. We've invested and we've got LED panels, and I would say that's probably the area we spend the most money in now, is trying to just upgrade our lighting game, because again, we're still going to use this for at least another year or so before I attempt the Russian candy scandal again. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what's a good what would you use for your phone, to be able to brace it or
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a ton of different options that you can use. I do have a gimbal. Okay. It's a gimbal that grips on there, but most tripods you can even get, I've got, excuse me while I wreck everything, but I've got this ring light right here. This ring light, which was I don't know, $20 on Amazon. This came with a tripod and a stand that you can even grip your phone in, right? So even if you were filming and you had $20 to grab a light, you could use this to film and backlight the entire time. Accessories to mount your phone are super cheap on the internet. And man, worst case scenario, just duct tape that to your hand and try and stay as steady as possible. But there is also image stabilization built in most of the newer phones at this point. So you can actually get quite a steady shot and still get that shake if you really want to.
Cool.
Yeah. Another lighting thing. One of our favorite films that we filmed just because it was a lot of fun was Abraham's Walk, which I mentioned earlier. We filmed that in a mine and we lit that entirely by road flare. Super difficult on the back end for us to know where we're going. I almost tripped up so many times, but in the end we get this really cool red visual effect. And I think that's another thing with lighting in horror is, you know, artificial sort of colors, reds, blues, greens. Those things all go with horror. I'm going to mention it really quick because it's another quick hack, but we use gels on our LED panels to get, you know, deep blues or deep reds and all these sort of things. But I have used binder separators, like, you know, these plastic colored binder separators. I've used those too, and it's absolutely works, right? You're just trying to get a tint on light. I'll get into some of the sort of lower budget hacks that we've done in the past and sort of give you some examples of our shooting process there. But essentially, that's pretty much it for gear. You need a camera, you need sound, and you need light. Those are your three basics. You can do all of those with your phone if you don't have anything. And you know, it's fairly accessible to even rent a camera if you need to. I mean, everybody and their uncle is taking photos of a wharf and putting it black and white. Borrow that and make a flick if you've got to. If you're going to borrow it from work, ask. That's my little bit of advice that I would give you. Or be just prepared to have an uncomfortable conversation.
Sounds like
they're
there's
great.
a story there, but
Yeah, I don't work there anymore, but that wasn't the reasoning. They were really good with it, but essentially, like, I was on this sort of, yes, you can borrow the gear, but make sure everybody knows, right? And I did this for the very first 48-hour challenge. And so I was at work, grabbed the gear, and it was like time crunch, trying to organize all of these things. And I neglected to send my my manager at the time a message. And I think it was Saturday, we were almost finished shooting, and I got a flurry of text messages that was like, did you borrow the camera gear? Because so-and-so is there, and they're pretty sure we just got broken into. I was like, oh, okay, no, nobody's broken into anything. That was me. I apologize. Sometimes it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, but that really only works when you're starting off. Later on, people will be looking for, you know, specific forms and all sorts of things to make sure you're on the level. So don't beg, borrow, and don't steal. But, you know, there are a lot of resources. The people around you have things. There are places you can rent. There's all kinds of, you know, places even like the Nickel are just super supportive in actually helping you get these things together. So just ask is a great, you know, a great tip on how to get something to shoot with. But like I said, worst case, this, boom. So getting into actually now shooting your flick. Camera work in horror movies is super varied. You can be running in the woods, super shaky footage. It induces anxiety because you feel like you're there. You don't know what's going to happen next. Or you could be on a tripod, not moving at all. But you're sitting in a situation that's super intense and you're almost forced to watch and feel uncomfortable because of it. I basically sort of tend to move between the two. I like to sort of stick on tripod because I'm shooting and directing, so it makes it easier for me to watch what's actually going on. But a lot of the time, I'll absolutely just grab the camera and run. A lot of the time, I'll give the camera, like Buddha or Justin, for example, if he's gonna run through the woods and I want to get a shot of his face while he's running, I'm like, dude, just take the camera, hold it, point it at you. I'll start recording, and you know, we'll just hope that it works. A lot of it is really just hoping that it works. Whatever your choice when it comes to your style, you should be trying to make your audience scared to see what happens next. Whether it's slow and deliberate or fast and visceral, you want people to be invested in what they're seeing on screen. And you know, whether you're keeping the intensity up at all times or you're lulling them into a moment of, you know, false security before you're about to burst through the window or whatever, really just use your shooting style to that advantage. For actually shooting, let's start by saying you don't have enough time to do everything that you want to do. I pretty much guarantee it. Every single time we've shot, our ideas start really big, and then we sort of have to start boiling them down as we get through, as things just start getting worse, as things start going wrong. But prioritizing your shots, like I said earlier, by wide, medium, tights, and point of view will help you move along. When it comes to wide shots, I generally use wides to establish the scene, show where we are, what's involved, and lay it all out. This is, it comes down to one of those things that we were talking about earlier about really trying to convey the story of what's happening on screen. You've got to establish some things, whether it's location or whether it's, you know, etc. A wide does that really well. I use mediums to get action shots, movements, cues, and basically tights are, sometimes they're inserts, things that you need to see for the story. Like, for example, I mentioned earlier that Hag was really time specific. So I'd have a tight of the hand moving to 2 a.m. or something like that. Also, a lot of the times tights I use to sort of give a feeling of unease. Really tight shots on somebody's eyes, for example, you can tell the whole story without really having to move the camera, whether it's what you're hearing around her, him or her, or just the way that their eyes are reacting. I find when we're focused on really tight shots, we're sort of just really in there, and I personally find that they give me a lot of unease. Lastly, point of view is also something that we use quite often. It's a classic horror movie move to use point of view. You know, whether it's showing the point of view of the killer or the unknown creature watching out in the woods, it all goes back to that dread, that voyeurism that really creeps us out. This was in a big way established way back with Black Christmas. They really used the point of view of the killer to, you know, I think it was, yeah, it was like a sorority house, and it was just really creepy that there was this guy, you know, creeping around outside. And a lot of the big point of that film was, you know, who is the killer? So you can really represent, you know, this evil force without ever having to give it away until the right time. Yeah, and like since Black Christmas, you know, it's been used in Halloween and just like a countless amount of flicks since. So we try and utilize that as well. Those are, to me, like the real basics of shooting, right? You know, wides, mediums, tights, point of views, whether you're running, whether with the camera or you're doing a lot of movement, that's all really dependent on your story. I think horror pretty much plays, you know, same rules of most filmmaking when it comes to shooting, but I definitely think that you get a little bit more leeway with horror filmmaking and your shots, because even if they're just super shaky, it's part of the moment. It's part of what you're trying to get across. Yeah, so the next thing that I would say, like once you have your shots organized, it's time to basically be prepared to realize that a lot is going to go wrong. I mentioned it earlier today. Our things going wrong to things going right ratio, probably 90 to 10 when we first started off. Like every film you've ever seen from Grindmine has been the lowest common denominator of what we wanted to see and what it came out to. Now we do a little bit better. I would say we're probably 70 wrong to 30 right in terms of getting everything that we always want. We're also really tough on ourselves. We're always trying to up it every single time, which becomes difficult. But get ready for things to go wrong. Be prepared to cut stuff you really wanted to get, but focus on things that actually matter to drive your story forward. And just be ready for it to look nothing like what you imagine. I'm such a sucker for having a specific shot in mind of like what I'm going to make. And then when you get in there, it's like, oh, my tripod doesn't go high enough, or I don't have enough space between this couch and the TV, and I'll move the TV to the back of the wall, and it'll just be like, your imagination is a lot more perfect than in reality. So it took me a little bit to get used to just not getting exactly what I want, but I do find that pretty much every shoot there's at least one moment. There's one moment of like magic where I'm like, oh my God, that looks awesome, or like, wow, that really worked. So it's about chasing that high, but being ready to just be kicked in the guts like over and over and over. But it's worth it for that one moment of, oh my God, that's super dope. One of my favorite parts about, because I really do think that shooting DIY, shooting low budget, it really makes you have to get creative to make what you're trying to get across work. And some of the things that we've done to get the shot have been sort of ludicrous. But what I'm going to do right now, I was going to share some clips, but I was like thinking I might chug my Computron out. So I'm going to share a few screens from some of our previous films and just talk about how we did it and sort of like the hacks that we got to accomplish them. I didn't have a ton of time to put these together, so don't judge me too hard on what I'm pulling. Share a screen. I absolutely love the shrug, dude. Okay, so very first one. This is from The Mummering, which we filmed January 2018. Learned a lot from this one, but we did not have lighting. We barely had audio, but what we really tried to use with Mummering, The Mummering, was everything that we had around us. This shot, for example, there's a vehicle that drives by, so I was using the headlights of the vehicle to basically really light the background. And we've got this creepy, this was Paul as a mummer. He suggested the one pants leg down and one pants leg up, and I was like, okay, man, yeah, sure. And it works really well. But this is actually lit by a street light. There's a street light directly above him. That's the only source of light we had in super dark woods. And like, you know, that works. We have shot so many things outside by a street light. You're going to sort of get this gross color sometimes that you kind of wish you had a little bit better, but it's really hard to light outside in the dark, depending on the camera you have. So street lights, ace. Next, this was also really early grind, but this is from I Am Thankful. What I love about this shot, again, the only lighting we have is the lighting that was available in the location. So, you know, there's parts like the back corner that should be lit more, but I'm not going to get into all the 50 things. This is a shot of a long dinner table at Thanksgiving, and it's a woman and her entire family is sat at the table. Everybody's a corpse. And what we did was, I really had this idea in my head that I wanted to start really close up on her, and then I wanted to pull all the way back on the table. And as we revealed, everybody sat staggered. So as we revealed each corpse in frame, we would cut to a flashback of how they died. Trevor there with the bruise facing, he was choked by a vacuum. Luke with the thermometer sticking out of his ear was exactly that. He had a thermometer nailed into his ear. We've got death by cyanide with a little foam bubble out of her mouth. Justin's aunt, Marilyn, was such a pro. She has a turkey leg prosthetic in her mouth. And Paul, which is just off screen in this screenshot, he got sliced by a mechanical knife turkey cutter. I really wanted, I couldn't get over this idea of slowly revealing the story as we did with the shot, but I couldn't figure out how I was going to do it. I've never used anything like a dolly or like any professional equipment. So I talked to a buddy who is a little more smart than I am when it comes to tinkering with things. And I was like, how do we do this? What do you think we should do? And essentially what we ended up was we put this on what was essentially a roller skate. We connected a string to it. And then on the other end of the table, we're there with a cordless drill that is slowly winding the string up just so we could try and get like a fairly consistent pull. It mostly worked. We didn't account for the crease that was in the middle of the two tables there. So I got a big bump that I had to cut around in editing. But like, that's not how anybody is going to tell you to get a slow pull. Usually you'd put this on a dolly, you'd have this professionally done. We used a cordless drill and a roller skate, and you know, by golly, it worked pretty good. Next up, in terms of uncomfortable tights, this is one of the very first things that we did. This is Francois in my bathroom, pretending to get ready as a killer clown. That entire short was just born because Francois would send me the clown emoji constantly just to creep me out. So he was like, man, what if we made a movie and it's just me smashing lipstick on my lips, doing the, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty creepy. So I just got really tight on that. And there's a whole lot else that happens with that story, but this was literally the first thing we ever shot. And it is still one of my favorite shots 3 years later, which is like silly to me. I'm always in this game of trying to beat what we've done before. I absolutely love this. The longer that you're just stuck on this, the longer it creeps me out. We've got next up, this is a pretty good example of using sort of over the top artificial lighting to really convey a mood. This is our good pal Brendan, who again had done some high school theater at one point. He managed to pull off a tear on screen, so like respect high school theater. Brendan at this point is actually crawling towards the puppet show that we mentioned earlier, and we just really maxed out the blues. We've got this green highlight. These were done with gels, but what I love about this shot is I was really trying to recreate a lot of what I'm always trying to do is basically just ripping off movies that I've enjoyed. I was really trying to get the Jaws dolly zoom effect. I don't know if you're familiar with Jaws, but there's a moment where basically, you know, dude's on the beach and he's like reacting to what's happening and he's just really stressed out. So they do this thing where they zoom and the background pans out at the same time. And it's really difficult to do because you've got to keep your camera completely steady. You've got to zoom at the same time, zoom in at the same time you're pulling back. I mention all that because it didn't work when we tried to do it. I sat on a skateboard with my camera trying to hold it in zoom, and Buddha had me by the shoulders and he was just pulling me back through the room. Brendan was crawling at the same time. It sucked, honestly, but I still got this cool looking shot that worked for like the 5 seconds I needed it. And yeah, like sometimes it's just about trying and failing, but you'll still get something dope out of it. You're still making a friggin' movie. Next, right, so going back to lighting, this is more recent. This is from Hag. I love the practicality of this shot. I'll have to explain a little bit about what actually happens, but there's a, excuse me 1 second, there's a cue that happens every time that the Hag is being summoned. Lights flicker, that sort of thing. So at this point in the film, Donnie has been like up for 1,000,000 hours. He's sort of on his last legs, but he's convinced that he doesn't want to fall asleep. So what he does is he strings a bunch of lamps and Christmas lights around him. And this was a little bit of a mix of practicality and function. I needed it because I thought it just like, it really enhanced the shot, but it was also just a way to light this living room cool. Like that's really kind of how it did. So what happens here is everything starts flickering. We did not pay for a fancy circuit box that we could control or anything like that. Right behind that lamp you see in the right is our buddy Blair, who is stuck behind a recliner, and he's just furiously clicking the switch of a power bar off and on. And Francois is in the other corner hitting the light switch on the lamps, and we're just doing that in tandem. And when you watch it on screen, I love it. I think it gives this really, it's just an immersive sort of lighting scenario where everything's flickering. We use the sound to kind of give these little buzzes of light bulbs popping and these sort of things. And it just amps it up. That was really easy to do. It did not require a ton of lighting. It just required every lamp all of us owned and some shitty Christmas lights. While I'm on Hag, I also just want to get into this because this is one of my favorite effects bits that we did prior to Bound by Blood, which I think I have later. But this is literally a part where her head opens up, a hand bursts through her mouth and starts to choke out our good man Chris Langdon here. This looks dope, but if you could see just 6 inches to the left of what's happening here, like this is Buddha with his hands like this for the head, and then inside this cloak he's sweating, he's super annoyed and uncomfortable, but the hand is my man Paul Warford, who is basically at crotch level for Buddha, and he's just trying to poke his hand out. He can't see anything. He has no idea how close the hand is to Chris, or if it's anywhere near his neck or his face, any of those things. But it's still a cool shot. This is what I mean when it's like, you know what, get creative, right? Because this doesn't make any sense. Like when Buddha drew the little drawing of how he figured this was going to work, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to like come together whatsoever. And it gets a little Muppety right after this. Like once that bottom jaw like really goes on, we had to cut not too long after this. But the point is that just it's two dudes in a basically a bed sheet with a gnarled up hand, and they're working together to make this beautifully spooky shot. I just love that story because both Paul and Justin were so ready to be done when that was over, like so ready. Next up, I've got a screen from Bound by Blood. So Bound by Blood is our most recent release. I'm really proud with it. I'm going to plug it right now. Go watch it if you haven't, but this might ruin a little bit of it for you. I started this entire story off by saying, you know, we're trying to film in the pandemic. We don't have a lot of, we can't use a lot of people. So I want one guy in a bear trap in the woods, and let's build a story around that. And it turned into this big thing where he's dealing with the devil. He's on the run from the law, but in the end, he is being chased by a bear. So this is my GoPro attached to the backing of this old bear's head that my dad has had in his shed since I was a little boy. It looks absolutely ridiculous off screen. Like it's just me. I'm just like holding the bear and trying to sort of breathe like a bear. And, you know, in post, we added a little bit of breath coming out of it. But so much of this stuff is so goofy until you get into editing. But this is a prime example of a time that I couldn't hold my camera. It was too heavy to try. It was also, I just couldn't get tight enough to be like on just behind the bear's head. Because if I showed any eyes, you'd know this thing has been dead for a long time. But just a GoPro clamped to the back, and it worked. The last one that I really love. This is a feat of Justin's ingenuity and our hard work. Buddha, and sorry if I interchange Justin and Buddha. I'm trying to be professional and say Justin, but like I never say Justin. But we wanted to really go hard with the last shot. I was like, the bear got him, right? But he's cursed by the devil to stay alive. That's kind of the key. I spoiled it for you if you haven't seen it, but he's cursed by the devil to stay alive. He made a deal. He was like, but the idea is, you know, he's sinned and he's getting what he deserves. So Buddha made this amazing torso prosthetic with all of these guts hanging out, and it looked awesome. But I was just like, how are we gonna do this? Originally, we wanted to have him like crawling on the ground and sort of dragging next to the devil, until we realized that like we just I was like, maybe we get green carpet. I've never green screened anything. I was like, but maybe this is the time. No way was that going to work. We just couldn't figure it out. So in the end, we just buried the bottom half of Buddha. If you can see can you see my mouse when I'm streaming this? Yeah, all right. If you can actually look, this is Buddha's crotch right about here. This is his leg. This is his other thigh, and he's sort of like sitting cross-legged right here. This is where we dug the hole and sort of tore it up light carpet so that we could just plop him in and just pat it back down, and dirt looks like dirt, man. So I personally think this is one of the dopest shots we've ever got. When it comes to the camera, all I did was sit on a tripod. I was like, what's going to be uncomfortable about this is just looking at it. I didn't need to go, you know, zooming in or showing a bunch of the blood spurting out or anything like that. It was just uncomfortable to look at it. And that's still one of my absolute favorite shots. So yeah, like that's, what do we got? 15 minutes left? Okay. That's a pretty good rundown of some previous work that we've done, and just some of like how we've gotten these shots without like really having money or gear or a whole lot of skill, to be honest with you. What Justin's doing there takes a lot of skill, but just digging a hole, man, anybody can dig a hole, guys. Although I will make a point, it's really hard to dig a hole in the Newfoundland wilderness. There's a ton of roots and a ton of rocks. If you're going to dig a hole, give yourself 3 times the amount of time that you thought it was going to take. Yeah. So
how much time did it take you?
Oh, dude. Well, the thing is like we were into. Buddha's such a good guy to have around because he's big and strong. but like he had to prep a lot for this. So it was me and Francois and Paul. I'm kind of big, not that strong. Francois and Paul, pretty small. So we were like, no sweat, man. And we had 2 shovels. We only had 2. One was like 2 feet high. The other one was a regular shovel. So we were just kind of swapping and listening to like old timey tunes about working on the railroad kind of deal. But it took us probably 3 hours to dig the hole and like 10 minutes for Buddha to sit in it. And, you know, and then Francois and I had to like splash all the blood in there and light a cigarette for him because he's got no pockets anymore and he can't reach down around. So there's a lot of teamwork involved, but yeah, that's the fun one. And I think the last thing I'm going to touch on real briefly, I'm not going to get super into it because we don't have a ton of time and it's one of those things that you can just work on forever, but it's now time to edit. You've shot your film, you have all your things. Some of it is shit, some of it is good. It's time to stick it all into a thing that makes sense. Let me grab my notes. So you're in the last leg of your film now, and in my opinion, yes.
Just so people can see it.
Yeah, I gotta get off the screen share because I don't need it anymore. But this is like, man. So it's usually due like Sunday. Is it 6 or 8? Ellen, usually 6 or 8, one of the two. Usually I save my last day for the edit in the 48-hour challenge. I'm hoping I'm done.
Oh,
shooting.
7 p.m. this year.
7 p.m. this year. I'm usually like, we'll write Friday evening, get a little bit shot if we can. Usually Saturday is just straight shooting from, you know, dusk till dawn, whatever it takes. And then Sunday, I usually on like next to no sleep, start trying to stick it together into an edit. So I'm going to give you just a couple quick tips on editing for horror or just in general. Editing for me is part instinctual and part learned. You can watch a film and you can really feel when a shot is sitting for too long or if it's too short. You build up this sort of natural instinct by watching other movies. So much what I've attempted to do in the past, like I said, it's just been by watching other things. I think one of the best ways to sort of learn to edit is really just watching movies, but paying more attention to timing than actually like watching the movie so much. Like paying attention to, even in dialogue, you know, how long they stay on somebody versus cutting to an over the shoulder. So, and all those sort of things. I really feel like it's partly instinctual, partly learned. I feel like we all recognize it. Like when I say instinctual, I don't mean like specifically, I think we all recognize when something starts to get boring because you've been looking at it for too long. You might not realize you do, but once you start doing this sort of thing, like you'll start picking up on, yeah, like once you've watched the film 8 million times, you'll start realizing the little gaps you have. So aside from timing, this is where the sound really comes in. And I want to make a note that sound is at this point and just in the end product, it's like 50% or more of the experience. Hopefully through Adam's shot workshop you had previously, you've got an idea on how to score your flick for cheap, but really leveling out dialogue and cutting out any pops or background noise that you can is really going to help to immerse your audience in the experience. The rule I have, people can forgive bad camera work, they can forgive bad lighting, but we disconnect really quickly if the audio is shitty. Like, you know, it's super true. You try and, in your editing process, I always try and basically put most of my time into just making sure my audio doesn't sound like absolute trash. And I'm lucky that I have friends that I can bounce off that do things really well for that. But yeah, spend time to get it tuned as best as you can. Color grading at this point is also something that you can really play with. I'm not really great at color grading. In fact, I am color blind. So I love to work with extreme saturations and extreme colors that I know because I'm comfortable with it. When it comes to like getting skin tones correct, man, make everything blue, make everything red. that's my jam because I work for my own deficiencies. But there's a lot of great information on the internet and a lot of people that are a lot better at me at it to look into. But you can do a lot with color grading. I'd suggest really learning about it. And the other thing that I would like to talk about is you know, a lot of people in the old school film industry are hardcore shoot on film. You can't, digital's not real. Man, I'm doing really well for not cursing yelling, aren't I? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Frig all that, man. Use technology to your absolute like greatest advantage. One of the things that I do, and that I was talking about with this, is I shoot in 4K all the time. I never export my film in 4K because, you know, everybody's usually just watching it on the internet or on YouTube or something like that. So having an image that is, you know, 4 times the resolution of what I actually need gives me so much room to crop out that light stand or crop out that script that's floating in the corner. You know, a lot of people say that's cheating. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. I truly believe you scheme and you scavenge to get the shot as any way you can. If I'm gonna pop in, you know, like I said, I can do a tight with 4K footage and pop, you know, real tight and real back out. Some people say that you should be getting your 50mm lens on. Nah, man, just do whatever you can when you can. The other thing, one of my favorite shots in Hag, for example, I'm going to touch on real quick, is there's a shot where Chris is, he's just had a Hag experience. He wakes up the next day and we start the shot with him. He's hanging off of his bed upside down. And he is hanging off of his bed upside down. But I start the shot really tight on his eyes. They're bulging because we left him hanging upside down. That's why Francois mentioned, you know, watch out for your buddies. We're hanging out upside down. But I shot it in 4K. I started really tight on his eyes. And in the film, there's this really sort of tense churning sound. And what happens is the camera actually rotates entirely to reveal that he was upside down, and it ends with a shot of his feet. Man, in real life, you would have to have a giant gimbal set up rig to like have a stable camera flip upside down. I just shot it in 4K and then I just set it to 0 to 360 and just slowly let it rotate. And because I had so much real estate in my screen, like I had people ask me how I did that. How did we do that without gear? And I'm like, I feel a little silly because I'm like, oh, I just cheated it. You know, it's just 4K. And like during our shoots, I don't know how many times Francois will be like, can you see that light stand or are we 4K? I'm like, we're 4K, don't worry about it. So nothing is holy. Shoot in 4K, fix your mistakes in post. I don't care. 2 last things. We're almost at the end and I'm cool for sticking around for any questions if anybody has it, but keep in mind your export time. This frigs me every time. When your deadline is approaching, it's really easy to get caught up in tweaking and trying to make this work the absolute best you can, but you need time to export and upload. How many times I've come to like 5:59 or like 2 minutes and I'm like watching it upload to Dropbox and almost throwing up. Don't do that. Keep in mind this super important tip to just give yourself time to export. I'm such a sucker for it. I'm just begging you to not do what I do. Save yourself the sickness. Also, saving in general, super important. Premiere is really great that it has an auto save feature that has saved my life so many times. But when you're working with 4K files, you're working with all sorts of you know, audio linking and all those sort of things. Computers tend to crash, and you don't want to lose everything that you had on the last moment. And the last thing I have, just sort of when it comes to editing, know when it's time to stop. Know when it's time to like cut yourself off. You're not going to have enough time to edit to the point where you think this thing is perfect. You got to give yourself a break and a cutoff point and be done with it. You just made a film in 48 hours. You should be proud of that. Like, in the very least, it's not going to be perfect, but you made a film in 48 hours. Cut yourself off. Give yourself time to export and push that out. And yeah, that is pretty much like how we do it in a weekend in general, in my rambling terms.
Amazing.
Awesome.
What
Applause,
let me,
applause.
yeah, definitely.
Oh.
What editing program do you use or would you recommend?
I am, like I said, a graphic designer in a previous life, so I'm really caught up in the Adobe suite of products. Like I use Photoshop a lot and all those sort of things. So I use Premiere Pro. Premiere is man, everybody, whatever software they use, they hate because the grass is always greener on the other side. Is kind of what I find. But Premiere works really well if that's the environment you're used to in Adobe and all those other things. But there are programs like DaVinci and Final Cut, even iMovie. Like if you're going to use your phone and you're starting off with nothing, the first film I ever made was cut together with iMovie for sure. Like iMovie will do the basics. You will be able to cut and trim your clips and stick them together. You can dive into software like Premiere Pro or DaVinci once you've got time and want to learn to like do more. But I mean, there are even apps on your phone that you can edit on, but that would be hell for me. So I don't do that. But in general, yeah, I mean, it's super accessible. Yeah, I'm so bad with that, man. Absolutely.
iMovie is one that I've used, but DaVinci is just, I want to mention that it's free, or
Yeah,
it's like
right.
it's not, or the unregistered version is fully capable of exporting.
And I know a lot of people will actually color correct in DaVinci because it's like really like their color correction system is just way better than what Premiere uses or whatever. I don't, because I'm always in a situation of I just use what I know and I got to get it done. But yeah, DaVinci is a great alternative. And I know a lot of people that are absolutely using that.
The pro tip for the making like crashing, make sure to save just immediately when you create a file.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's gone.
You're gonna get this muscle memory of Command S. Like I don't even realize I'm doing it anymore. But if I'm especially like getting to a point where like, oh, that finally worked. This little piece that I've Command S, like I am jamming that shit so often. It really is a lifesaver. Things will crash and you will lose everything and you'll be depressed and frustrated and have to start over, but just save constantly.
Does Premiere have? Premiere has autosave.
Yeah, and that's like Elling, it's saved my ass so many times.
It's funny how Illustrator doesn't automatically, but then InDesign does. I've crashed millions of times and it's totally fine. I'm like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. It just crashed.
Yeah, but then it's Illustrator. It's like, wait, now I'm screwed, actually. Yeah, autosave is like my favorite development of modern technology, probably.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Shane. This has been really incredible. Incredible. All the presentations today have been really insightful and interesting and amazing and encouraging, and I hope everybody's enjoyed them. If you have any follow-ups or questions after the fact, we can pass them along to the filmmakers and presenters. The Horror Filmmaking Challenge is coming up on the 23rd to 25th. It's the 9th annual 48-hour horror challenge for the Nickel, and we're really excited about it. And it's pandemic time, so it's a little different, but we do plan on having a drive-in screening of all of the films in Bay Roberts, so you can actually attend a physical screening, and it seems very appropriate to me to go to a drive-in and watch horror movies. So I'm very excited about that.
That's so dope. Like that's actually awesome.
And that'll happen as a week after the I think it'll happen the 30th on the Friday, just before Halloween. So that's
cool.
Very exciting.
Elling, did you tell us your favorite horror film?
My favorite horror film is probably The Shining, which is kind of wait, The Exorcist, obviously.
So good.
The Exorcist is like brilliant. I've watched it 3 times in one day before.
What?
Yeah, it was uncomfortable. I think I was really 3 weeks afterwards, but especially with that face that pops up right in the
it's really good.
The subconscious face. But it's such a brilliant movie, and it's so terrifying in all of the right ways. Like it balances like kitsch and like seriousness and like actual drama, and like it's
the stairs shot,
cool.
Man. Like the stairs shot is just, oh my god, it's so absolutely terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and the head spin, like that's practical effects legendary, right? And it's beautiful.
Totally. And then it's like super kitschy though too, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, that's
what
exactly
the hell?
it, right?
And the music is so good. I don't know who. I never really looked into the music, wasn't it Vangelis who did the soundtrack or
quite
something?
sure.
It's like really synthy, kind of like crazy. But yeah, that's mine.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah. So I
And
guess
Shane, did you answer this question earlier?
Yeah, I said Texas Chainsaw because
right,
it,
yes,
it does
of
all the
course.
right things for me. But Shining is like that other one. Like, I don't know. I hate this question, to be honest with you. Like, because I just
Yes,
bounce like all the time.
That's Sandy.
The
I blame
The
Sandy.
Shining, Texas Chainsaw, and I also like. I think The Strangers is this really undervalued horror movie. It's depressing from the beginning to straight to the end, and that is so my jam. You just feel awful the whole time you're watching it. And it was a big inspiration on why we made a mummering slasher in the first place. We were like, hey man, if they're putting bags on their heads and coming to the door and that's scary, that's been happening here forever, right? So yeah, but I bounce around a lot for sure.
I got a couple answers from the Facebook comments. Carol Mullen says, "Thank you, Shane," and she says The Howling is her favorite. The transformation scene was fantastic for its time.
Yeah.
And Nick Gushu says The Ritual is his favorite.
The Ritual is
haven't
really
seen that
dope
one.
too. It's one of the better ones that I've seen recently. My favorite thing about The Ritual is the transition they do between like sort of like this flashback and current time where Forest blends into like the convenience store and stuff, right?
Oh
Like,
God.
yeah. Have you seen this? Have you seen The
No.
Ritual?
No.
Oh, it's really just visually cool, man. There's a shot at the very end of that like inspired us on our Mummering Legends pitch and everything. I love that movie too.
Oh, Adam Foreign is saying Event Horizon.
Yeah, Event Horizon is also super dope.
That was such a weird movie because I just seen like I was wasn't that the one with the guy from Jurassic Park?
Yeah,
The main
Sam
guy?
Neill, right?
Yeah, and I was
Sam
like,
Neill's
who is
eyes
this
out.
guy? Like, why isn't he
He-
like a nice guy in this movie?
Oh, he does such a that movie too. Like what you see as the end result is still super crazy, but like, oh my God, if you read about the backstory to that movie, like the amount of footage that the studios just like would not let them use. There's been just like rumors for years about the unseen film rolls being stored in like boxes in Scandinavia or some. It's definitely not Scandinavia, but they've been missing for years, and there's been talks about a director's cut for a long time, because I think what happened with that film was they basically just gave him a bunch of money and said, okay, make this horror film. And there's one particular scene where there's just like a bloodbath. I think there was something like, the story goes like executives walked in on what I think it was Anderson was like filming, and they were like, no, no. And what you end up seeing is a watered down version of the extreme version he had in mind. So I hope to see the light of day for an Event Horizon director's cut one day.
Oh, more horror movies are coming to mind now, but Midsummer and The Witch are definitely two contemporary ones that are just like, whoa.
The Witch
They
is
stick
like,
with you
oh
for a
man.
long time. It's like
Yeah, I really enjoyed The Witch and the folk horror aspect of that. Like I also really enjoyed looking at The Witch because I was like, oh, we could shoot that here, right?
Mhm.
Like it's just woods and fields and gray and muddy, and but then you've got Midsummer, which is
Yeah.
I also think was just an incredible recent film. What I loved about that was you have horror in just pure daylight, and it's such an unnerving feeling after a while. Like it's really creepy.
I think yeah, how did they I think they used sound a lot to make
Yeah.
sure that it was creepy the entire way. It was like drones
100%.
throughout the entire time, which is yeah, anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of really smart sound work, and just in the same vein, like Hereditary has been one of my
Mhm.
favorites recently because, like again, like if you watched Hag, I was just trying to make you feel bad the whole time, and then I wanted you to feel really bad at the end. But Hereditary, like when I watched that film in the theater, like oh man, the punch! Like I'm not getting into it because I hate spoilers for anybody who's not seen it, but it was just like it's emotional torture, and it's just a punch to the gut, and it sticks with you for days. that stuff is my jam. That's my favorite brand of horror, I would say.
Kaylee Bryan says the color grading on Midsummer was stellar.
Oh, it was beautiful.
I didn't notice that, but I think like, yeah, I just remember the look of it is just so, there's a feel to it that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And color grading makes a huge difference in so many films too. Like, I think of a Drive, for example, like, you know, the color in the film Drive is just so, I use that a lot because that dude is also colorblind. And like, I'm like, hey, look how awesome this super contrasty colors and, you know, artificial yellows and oranges. Look how awesome all that looks. And that's my excuse. But yeah, color grading is something I personally wish I was a lot better at. But hey, man, you can't do everything all the time. Use your friends that aren't colorblind to judge if this skin tone is green, and if it's not fixable, make it super green.
Well, yeah, that's it. Thanks so much again, and thanks to all the presenters, and yeah, good luck to everybody out there. I hope you all attempt the 48-hour horror challenge. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to be done.
It is, like, I just want to say, it is literally like the best entry point to making a movie. I honestly believe that. The first nickel 48-hour, like I said, like that charged us to be like, holy crap, we can do this. People will watch it. And we just kept doing it after that. But like, the vibe of these challenges is just super welcoming, super supportive. And horror doesn't have to be good to be enjoyed. That's one of my favorite parts about it. And this challenge is specifically tailored to that. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what everybody puts together. And I hope we get like absolute newbies. I want to see fresh meat.
On that note.
Yeah.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat and blood, please. Guts, whatever you got.
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, everybody. And we're off.
All right.
Peace out.
Peace.